Tonight we'll begin with the reality of medieval blacksmith. Imagine being born in England during the 1100s. Your folks are common farmers. That basically means your path is already decided. They spend their days laboring on land owned by some wealthy lord, and naturally that's what they expect from you too. From your first breath, the hardship starts. Your meals, mostly bread, perhaps some greens or river catch if you're fortunate. Actual meat, not a chance. That's reserved for the wealthy. Your prospect: work hard, stay true to your lord. With luck you might own a small dwelling, then pass away, leaving your children to follow the same pattern. No riches, no fame, just another nameless farmer. Then your dad shares something that alters everything. There's an escape, a genuine opportunity for a better existence. But there's a problem. It won't be simple. Still, could it truly be worse than endless field work? Your dad's idea: he's acquainted with a metal worker in town, and this person is everything your dad isn't. Wealthy, esteemed, and genuinely significant. He crafts swords for the elite, and your dad wants you to go train with him. This is your chance to escape farm life. So when you're just 8, your parents send you to town, and wow, the town is nothing like your tiny village. It's noisy, filled with people, and smells like a strange combination of livestock, body odor, and burning embers. Then you reach the smith's workshop, and suddenly you really start questioning your choices. It's mayhem. The place is full of youngsters just like you, moving about, striking metal, and yelling commands. Then the smith notices you, examines you quickly, and yells, "Put on different clothes and start working. Right now." No adjustment period, no welcome speech. Nope. Better get used to the noise of hammering because it's going to be your new bedtime sound. Congratulations, you're a beginner now. That means your hours are filled with exciting tasks like collecting water, moving coal, and maintaining the fire with bellows. From morning until night you're working. And if you slack off, you're back to cleaning animal waste on some lord's farm. No second chances. There's a queue of kids who would do anything to take your spot. Speaking of slacking, who knew you could have back and joint pain at age 10? Turns out carrying water buckets and hefting bags of coal daily isn't ideal for your backbone. Surprising, right? And it's not just about raw strength. You keep watching both your task and your teachers and older beginners, observing, studying, taking in everything they do. Because here you're not paid with money, you're paid with food, and if you don't show you're worth every bit of bread, well, you might stop receiving bread, and if that's not enough, the rivalry is intense. James nearby would trade his soul just to please the teacher. Henry's father is an influential smith in another town. Richard is practically a natural talent with metal, and you, just another kid trying to survive. Oh, and one more thing. Don't break the rules. The consequence: extra work time or outright hunger if you really anger the teacher. Basically, being a beginner is like balancing knives while walking carefully. One mistake and it's over. Now grab that container and get moving. The fire won't heat itself. After years of sweating over the furnace, you've finally advanced. No more just fetching water and moving coal. You're actually fixing weapons and tools now. Sure, you're still working yourself to exhaustion, but your dream of a better future keeps you going. The heat, tiredness, and fierce rivalry are just small obstacles trying to block your path to success. But you won't let that happen. And finally, at 15, you've succeeded. You're no longer just a beginner. You're a smith. You've learned the skill. You can shape metal into whatever you desire. And at last, your teacher acknowledges it. He calls you over, praises you, and then gives you 2 options. First, stay and work for him. You'll be an official smith, earn pay, and have a stable job. Second, become a traveler. This means moving from place to place, finding work where possible. It's a risk. You could become successful, or you could end up without shelter and hungry. You pause. Safety sounds appealing, but so does the idea of creating your own future. Then your teacher adds an unexpected offer. After your traveling years, he might accept you back. Might. No guarantees. That's enough to convince you. You take the risk. You become a traveler. Travelers move from town to town doing random jobs to survive. Most smiths have to do this after their training because, well, you need to eat. But unlike them, you actually had a job offer and you refused it. Big mistake. You're about to discover why. You leave your teacher and step into the unknown and immediately regret everything. For weeks, nobody hires you. No cash, no food, no place to rest. You manage by doing whatever simple jobs you can find at the marketplace. Carrying bags, cleaning stalls, even sharpening blades for street sellers just to earn a few bits of food. At night, you sleep wherever possible. A street edge, a barn, once in a pile of straw you really hope wasn't somebody's bathroom. A month of sheer misery later you finally get your first task. A farmer needs his garden tool fixed and you're desperate enough to do it for just a day's meal. Then another week of nothing, your outfit is worn, your belly empty. And now you don't look like a smith, you look like a homeless person. The hunger, the exhaustion, the constant rejection, it's overwhelming. You seriously think about returning to your teacher just for the promise of food. But then finally fortune smiles on you. You find another job, this time with actual payment. No more just working for a bowl of soup. And after that, another job, then another. Over the next few months you go from barely surviving to actually earning money. Coin by coin, job by job you start to rise. And you don't just save, you invest. You visit other towns learning advanced smithing methods and growing your abilities. The better you become, the more valuable you are. And when you finally return to town you're not just another smith, you're an excellent one. News travels quickly. Your name is everywhere. With your growing reputation people start queuing to hire you. Lords, soldiers, even military leaders. Sounds wonderful, right? Wrong. Because these aren't the kind of people who bargain. They don't offer agreements. They don't ask nicely. They take. And during this period a local conflict is brewing. Smiths, like you, aren't just wanted. You're a valuable asset. One day you hear rumors. Someone wants to capture you. If they catch you you'll spend your life making weapons like a slave. So what do? You vanish for a month. You hide. If they find you it's over. Luckily they never located you. And by the time things calm down you're still free. At 22 your traveling days are officially over. You're no longer some desperate youth looking for scraps. You're a master smith. With your skills and experience you can go anywhere, work for anyone. You choose influence. A powerful lord employs you as his personal smith. First task, create your own workshop. Second, move into your new home. A place so grand it might as well be a fortress. You don't just have shelter, you have helpers. You have the finest food, the best clothes and the wine that only the elite drink. This is the life you imagined as a child. And you earned every bit of it. You made it. You succeeded. But success has its cost. Your patron, the lord who provided this life, needs weapons. Thousands of them. Swords, axes, armor. And not just for fighting, but for his territories, his guards, his domain. Before you were just struggling to complete a few swords. Now entire battles depend on how quickly and how well you can make weapons. You can't do everything alone. So, you employ other smiths and beginners to help you. You build a team, a system, but even with assistance it's never enough. The workshop burns from sunrise to sunset just like in your beginner days. The only difference, you're not eating dry bread anymore, but the workload, harsh, and your reputation, famous. Your workshop becomes the center of town. Smiths talk about you the way you once talked about your teacher. You are now the most important smith in England. And then the conflict ends. England finally finds stability, and with peace comes structure, and that's when the associations are formed. Smiths now have guidelines, rules, a system. You never asked for this, but you back it completely. You know firsthand how difficult it is to survive in this world, and this association, it's going to ensure future beginners don't suffer like you did. And guess what? You're chosen as the leader of the Smiths Association in your town. That's right. You're not just a craftsman anymore. You're in leadership now. And leadership, it's a completely different battlefield. Instead of hammering metal, you're handling secret deals, noble conflicts, and the constant pressure of keeping the association strong. You thought making steel was tiring. Try dealing with power-hungry lords, but you do it because someone must. Then one day you notice something's wrong. The workshop's smoke makes you cough badly. Your back too stiff to bend. Your hands trembling like you've just touched ice. You ignore it until you can't, so you see a healer. The verdict? Metal poisoning. A lifetime of breathing toxic fumes, handling metals and working in the workshop has caught up with you. There's no remedy, no cure, just the slow journey toward death. Most smiths don't live past 50. You're 47, so you accept what's coming. You've trained dozens of beginners, built a town around your craft, and created an association that will defend smiths for generations. Your body is failing, but the fires you started will never die, and as you take your final breath, the town echoes with the sounds of hammers hitting steel. Because you were never just a smith. You were the flame that formed a kingdom. Why didn't Irish people eat fish during the Great Famine? The mid-1800s saw Ireland face a terrible disaster called the Great Starvation. Between roughly 1846 and the early 1850s, this tragedy took about 1 million lives and pushed another million to flee their native land. In total, Ireland's population fell by approximately 25%. This catastrophe began when a plant disease named potato rot destroyed the country's key food crop. Many wonder why a country encircled by some of Europe's richest fishing waters couldn't sustain its population from the ocean. You may have seen odd theories online. Tales about folk beliefs, aversion to seafood, or ignorance of fishing techniques. These explanations don't make much sense considering starving individuals will eat nearly anything to stay alive. Let me guide you through the real reasons why ocean food couldn't rescue Ireland. A story both sad and perhaps somewhat maddening. To grasp this predicament, we need to first recognize what ordinary Irish folks were consuming before hunger struck. Surprisingly, in 1845, around 3 million Irish residents, about 1/3 of the entire population of 8 to 9 million, ate almost solely potatoes. This dependence existed because potatoes flourish even in nutrient-poor earth and produce large crops. A single patch growing potatoes could feed a whole family. The eating amounts were remarkable. Grown men would consume about 6 kilograms, roughly 12 to 14 pounds of potatoes each day, a detail noted in writings from that time. When potato rot ruined harvests in 1846, again in 1848, and partly in 1849, this over-reliance created an ideal scenario for tragedy. English policies greatly worsened situations, something I'll address another evening if you're curious about a full series regarding this sorrowful chapter. Unlike myths suggest, numerous shoreline Irish settlements did understand fishing. They were seasonal fishers who mixed farming with coastal gathering. What Ireland lacked was a fishing sector with handling facilities, storage methods, and shipping systems needed to transport fish across the nation during an emergency. Why wasn't this framework present? The English leadership, which ruled Ireland after the 1800 Unification Act, had purposely weakened Ireland's growing fishing industry to shield English financial benefits. Initially during the 1820s, England offered money for port building and loans for new fishing vessels, but these aids were stopped in the 1820s and 1830s, effectively damaging Ireland's fishing ability. When hunger began in 1845, seaside villages faced quick money troubles. Following old survival habits, fishers sold their vessels, equipment and tools, hoping to buy them back after a brief hardship. Sadly, when things worsened the next year, they couldn't recover their fishing gear. A particularly touching story comes from James Hack Tuke, an English friend who toured Achill Island off Ireland's west shore in 1847. Standing on the stunning bluffs, he noticed bays and inlets filled with mackerel and hake. The water appeared entirely covered with fish, yet around him stood groups of hungry people unable to collect this plentiful food. Only 3 or 4 boats were fishing where hundreds could have worked, supplying food for thousands of starving islanders. Even if fishing tools had remained obtainable, the lack of storage and shipping framework meant fish couldn't reach inland areas before rotting. Moreover, England's strict commitment to market-based policies probably would have caused fish exports rather than local use, similar to how other Irish foods were sent overseas during peak starvation. What couldn't owners do to slaves in ancient Rome? Popular beliefs about bondage in ancient Rome often picture owners having total control over their captives. This view is partly right, but the truth was far more layered. Over Rome's 12th century history, the practice of forced labor changed, as did the rules limiting owner power. The first mention of forced service comes from texts by Dionysius of Halicarnassus, who records that Romulus, said to have started Rome, let families sell their children into bondage. In these early times when Rome was just a small settlement, gaps between social classes were small. Many thought to be rich simply owned small farms working side by side with a handful of helpers. This setup created closer ties between helpers and their owners. Daily shared work between both sides often prevented harsh treatment. Also, the close-knit community meant that badly treated helpers could readily flee to nearby areas, pushing owners toward better behavior. As Rome expanded through war, society shifted greatly. By the 400s BCE, roughly 20% of people were bound in service. This big change deeply altered how servants were seen and handled. The growing numbers and widening social divide led to worse conditions for those in bondage. During the Republic era, no solid legal limits existed on what owners could do. In theory, censors, government officials could step in for cases of extreme cruelty. Yet this was more like advice than a rule. Censors only worked for 18 months every 5 years, leaving long stretches without watching. Even worse, bound workers couldn't legally raise complaints, only citizens had that right. From when the censor role began until the start of empire rule, no official records show censors stepping in to help the bound. This doesn't prove it never happened, but the lack of historical mention suggests such help was very rare. Things began to change somewhat under empire leadership. Random records reveal emperors sometimes shielding servants. Augustus reportedly rescued a servant who mistakenly broke a cup. Hadrian sent away a woman for harshly punishing a female servant over something small. Still, these were isolated cases, not signs of wider change. Gradually, modest rules offered limited shields. Around the 1st century CE, two rules, Lex Aelia Sentia and Lex Fufia Caninia, managed freedom-giving processes. Under Claudius, leaving behind a sick servant who later got better resulted in automatic freedom. Owners were also required to give proper burial for dead servants. By 61 CE, the Lex Petronia stopped owners from forcing servants to fight wild animals unless courts approved. Domitian and Hadrian banned cutting of sex organs. In 1601 CE, Emperor Antoninus Pius stated that killing servants without cause, like purposeful stabbing, was punishable, though this didn't cover deaths from harsh training like bad whipping. By 319 CE, Constantine expanded this, making planned servant killing legally the same as killing citizens. Over time, Roman business developed four common contract terms often put in servant sale deals. One term, Nimanimitatar, blocked new owners from giving freedom. In contrast, ut manimitatar required eventual freedom after set times. Another, ut expotatar, forced moving away from certain places. Lastly, neprestatatar, clearly banned forcing bound women into paid sex. These terms stayed with the person through later sales. Breaking these terms triggered specific penalties listed in original deals, and under Constantine, sometimes resulted in automatic freedom. Notably, while sex use got clear attention, no similar guards tackled other forms of labor abuse. Yet, these legal exceptions barely softened the system's overall harshness. Roman legal systems weren't driven by kind aims but rather by wishes to keep social order and protect business investments. Stronger guards only applied when previous sellers had stated them. Otherwise, few blocks to bad treatment existed. Even during times of seeming legal progress, Roman law treated bound persons as instrumenta vocalia, or tools that talk, rather than people with basic rights. The few existing limits mainly aim to keep market value, not recognize basic humanity. The slow growth of these legal provisions across more than 1,000 years shows attempts to place small checks on unchecked power, yet ultimately failed to address the key unfairness built into the system of forced labor. In the first civilizations such as classical Athens and the Roman Empire, high-ranking women brightened their looks with beauty products, a custom that began in Egypt. Moving to the Middle Ages, beauty items became available only to wealthy individuals. Ordinary folks simply couldn't waste resources on such non-essentials. Religious leaders in this period strictly controlled personal looks. Using beauty products wasn't just frowned upon, it was seen as opposing God's design. For quite a while, adorned faces were linked to sin and scandal, as these appearances were normally connected with brothels. Eventually, thinker Thomas Aquinas suggested that it was acceptable for married women to improve their looks but only to keep their husbands loyal. Still, women had to be careful not becoming too attractive, worried about catching other men's eyes. This made things confusing, since beauty differs by personal taste and is hard to gauge. Let's now look at the strange and often alarming standards of beauty in medieval times. During the 1400s, having a small nose, thin mouth and oval-shaped face was thought to show purity and goodness. Since women had to cover their hair, many pulled it tightly under hats to show more of their face. Those without naturally high hairlines sometimes pulled out their hair to artificially create a taller forehead. Changing one's look was only accepted if it fixed a serious flaw, so when women removed their hairlines to look more fashionable, they often faced backlash from church officials for being vain. Most used iron tools to pull hairs out one by one, a slow and painful task. Some tried plant-based answers. They would use mixtures made from items like thistle in walnut juice, parsley water or ivy juice to try to stop hair growth. But not all remedies were safe. Some recipes had ground eggshells or even dried cat droppings mixed with vinegar and spread on the skin. Eyebrows were also fully removed to create a more blank expression. Many who were too harsh eventually lost their eyebrows forever. Some ladies then put pieces of mouse fur above their eyes to look like natural brows. Eyelashes too were taken off in search of a clean look. In the Ottoman area, women in the Sultan's household followed their own beauty steps. One involved putting on a hair-removing paste called rosma, made of lime and dangerous arsenic. After washing in the hammam, they'd scrape off the substance with a copper tool. Rosma also brightened the skin, but could cause painful sores if left on too long. European women also disliked body hair and tried their own homemade removal mixtures. A recipe from the 10th century advised mixing crushed bug eggs, red arsenic powder, ivy extract, and vinegar before covering the skin for long-lasting results. In Japan during the Heian period, from the 800s to 1200s, noble women took pride in blackening their teeth. Named ohagoro, this practice involved drinking a strong mixture of metal filings, vinegar, and crushed minerals. To mask the awful taste, extras like sweet bark and flower buds were added. The solution had to be taken often to keep the dark shine. Despite its odd appearance, this black coating actually helped dental health. It protected against tooth decay. Even today, some traditional female performers still practice the ohagoro custom. Meanwhile, one of the most extreme beauty practices came from historic China, where foot binding became a painful mark of status. First seen among wealthy Han Chinese in the 900s, the practice soon spread to poorer families who wanted to marry their daughters well. Even farming households who needed help with fields bound young girls' feet, believing tiny flower-like feet would lead to better marriages. This brutal process began when girls were about 6 years old, while their bones were still flexible. 4 toes were broken and folded under the foot, and the arch was pushed upward until the big toe nearly touched the heel. Feet were then bound tightly with cloth soaked in blood and herbs. As the material dried, it shrank, forcing the feet into an unnaturally small and curved shape. Each day, young girls had their feet washed and then forced into tighter and smaller lotus shoes. Even as their feet swelled and ached, they were still forced to walk. Crying often led to punishment. Since walking became almost impossible, many women with bound feet stayed inside most of their lives and couldn't easily escape their surroundings. Some experts think this practice wasn't just about looks, it was a way to keep women controlled. Eventually, even women supported the practice because they feared their daughters wouldn't be able to marry without bound feet. The perfect foot size was about 3 inches, but most ended up with feet about 5.5 inches long. Due to poor circulation, toes sometimes rotted and fell off. Many women developed back and hip problems. This practice continued until the mid-20th century before finally being banned. In medieval times, pale and clear skin became a major beauty goal. After outbreaks of illness left many people with scars, having flawless skin became even more desired. One odd cure for marks included putting animal fluid specifically from cows onto the skin. While much of Europe remained under feudal systems, Italy began to experience a cultural revival in the 1200s. Known as the Renaissance, ancient ruins were discovered and cities like Florence tried to bring back classical ideas. Female beauty standards changed. Art from the time often shows curvy women in loose, almost transparent clothing. Their skin was extremely white, with rosy cheeks and bright red lips. To get such a bleached look, many women used harmful substances. Some mixtures badly damaged skin or even caused death. Pale skin wasn't just fashionable, it showed that a woman didn't need to work outdoors. Besides staying out of the sun, some women used leeches to draw blood and create a paler appearance. Many applied powders made from white rock, flour, or poisonous elements. A pale cream was made using toxic lead and vinegar, and later mercury was added for a slight shine, applied on the face, neck, and chest. These beauty products were highly toxic. The main ingredient caused skin issues and breakouts, which led to even more product being applied. Eventually, these compounds were absorbed into the body, causing hair and tooth loss, physical ailments, pain, and even early death. Ironically, it also made the skin age faster by causing dryness and wrinkles. Lips were colored, using a red dye containing a poisonous substance. Since sunlight helps produce vitamin D, heavy makeup and full-body clothing prevented exposure, leading to health problems. In one Italian town, scientists found 2 young skeletons with severe bone disease, likely due to their mother's makeup habits and lack of sun during pregnancy. The name for a certain deadly plant means beautiful lady in Italian. Women used juice from its berries as eye medicine. Just 1 drop in each eye made the pupils enlarge, giving them a look of constant attraction, which was considered very desirable at that time. But this had side effects. It caused blurred vision, extreme light sensitivity, and trouble focusing. With repeated use, it could affect heart rhythm, damage vision permanently, and even be fatal. Like many other historical beauty practices, it was extremely dangerous, with serious consequences for chasing the beauty standards of the era. The horrible death of Henry VIII. Of all royal deaths throughout Europe's history, none was as grim and pitiful as that of England's most talked about king. This ruler, once celebrated across the continent for both good looks and sharp intellect, spent his final years in such agony and ruin that even now, descriptions of his downfall remain troubling. Born during the warm season of 1491, this second king of a new royal line took the throne at just 17, showing great promise. Foreign guests remarked on his tall stature, reddish hair, and flawless kingly manner. Citizens respected his physical abilities, broad knowledge, and commanding presence. Yet everything shifted in early 1536. At 44, he suffered a terrible injury when his horse toppled onto him during a jousting match. Although he lived, this accident left him unconscious for long stretches and created a horrible injury on his leg that never healed. The wound turned into a rotting sore that leaked and smelled so badly that people at court often noticed the king's odor before seeing him. For someone obsessed with showing strength and masculinity, this was an unbearable shame. Still, court rules required those nearby to act as if nothing was wrong. Any sign of repulsion might trigger his anger. Not long after this accident, his behavior grew increasingly erratic. Within a short time, he ordered his second wife beheaded based on weak and questionable evidence. Researchers have often wondered if the head trauma worsened any existing mental problems, pushing him further towards suspicion and cruelty. As his movement became limited, his body also declined. Once fit and agile, he grew enormously fat, forcing palace workers to widen doorways and build machines to help him move between rooms. His diet made things worse. He consumed nearly 5,000 calories each day, mostly meats and wines with few vegetables. The mix of inactivity and overeating took a harsh toll. Medical practices of that time worsened his situation. Doctors used painful and dangerous methods like burning wounds, mercury treatments, and bleeding, all probably speeding his decline. The sore on his leg deepened, eventually showing bone. At 49, the increasingly ill king married a teenage noblewoman, claiming she made him feel young again. In truth, she was disgusted by his decaying leg and overwhelming stench. She soon found comfort in another man's arms. When this betrayal was discovered, both lost their heads. His final marriage worked more as nursing care than partnership. His sixth wife, aware of her predecessor's fates, managed to care for him while keeping herself alive, quite literally. Modern experts think this king had multiple health issues: diabetes, gout, heart problems, and possibly high blood pressure. Some suggest advanced syphilis, though this remains disputed. These combined illnesses caused him constant pain. Witnesses described dramatic mood swings. He might scream in unbearable pain one moment, then sink into long periods of sadness and despair. Mentally, the king became unstable. Once a brilliant and engaging leader, he grew suspicious, ordering longtime friends and advisors executed over imagined plots. The court atmosphere became tense, where even a misunderstood glance might lead to accusations of disloyalty. One prominent nobleman was executed just days before the king himself died. He developed intense fears about being poisoned. All his food was tested beforehand, and even his eating utensils were checked for safety. This paranoia may have been connected to small strokes or mental decline. In his final chapter, he could no longer walk or even sit upright. The decaying flesh and his extremities spread the smell further, forcing servants to stuff their clothes with sweet-smelling herbs when nearby. Yet none dared mention his approaching death. Such talk was considered treason. His doctors kept pretending recovery was possible, even as his body began rotting before death. In late January 1547, realizing his end was near, the king asked for a priest. Too weak to speak, he made a final gesture of faith with his hand. On January's 28th day, aged 55, the once magnificent monarch took his last breath. Even after death, his body caused problems. His huge size complicated burial, and traditional preservation techniques failed to stop decay. What was once Europe's most respected king left behind, not just political influence, but a legacy of tragic physical and emotional destruction. Perhaps the most humiliating moment happened after the king's death, as his body awaited burial in a famous cathedral. The poorly sealed coffin began dripping fluids onto holy ground. Writers of the time even claimed that stray animals licked up the leakage, a deeply undignified final image for a monarch who always saw himself as divinely chosen and wrapped in royal glory. The funeral ceremony occurred nearly 3 weeks later. Despite the terrible smell coming from the coffin, every ceremonial detail was observed to honor his exalted position. He was buried beside the mother of his long-desired male heir, the only wife to give him a son, a birth that influenced many of his most controversial decisions, including his break from Rome. Ironically, the son he had worked so hard to produce ruled only briefly before dying from illness at 15. Later, the crown passed to his oldest daughter, whose mother he had rejected, and then to his younger daughter whose mother he had executed. That second daughter would eventually lead England into one of its most celebrated royal eras. The king's miserable end highlights power's temporary nature. Here was someone who placed himself above law and religion, changed the nation's faith, and ordered killings on a whim, only to be defeated by his own failing body. As historian Alison Weir noted, few historical contrasts seem as striking as this once ideal prince's transformation into a figure more feared than loved, tortured by physical pain and mental decline. The sharp difference between his majestic portraits and the harsh reality of his failing health stands as history's clearest examples of the gap between royal image and personal truth. His impact in establishing the independence of the English Church continues affecting today's world, but his physical collapse serves as a timeless reminder: everyone faces death. Suppose you were suddenly sent back to the Middle Ages, often referred to as the Dark Ages. You might first picture grand castles and knights in shining armor, but real life then was much grimmer and harder, spanning roughly from the 500s to the 1400s. This period presented hardships that people today would find nearly impossible to survive. One major daily worry during this time was the constant danger of violence and disorder. In many places, official protection barely existed or wasn't available at all, forcing people to settle local disputes themselves. Historical records show many instances of beatings, killings, and street fights. Court cases rarely ended based on truth. Instead, physical power usually decided outcomes. The idea that might makes right truly applied as folks protected their animals, homes, and small farms through physical force. Surviving documents from different European regions confirm that violent events weren't uncommon. They happened in cities, countryside villages, and even among the wealthy. Though detailed records from earlier times are limited, most experts agree that violence was part of everyday life. Towns were frequent sites of unrest, sometimes growing into large protests or rebellions. A good example is the Peasant Revolt in Flanders from 1323 to 1328 in today's Belgium, showing how trouble could build and spread over time. Brutal family feuds were especially fierce among nobles. In medieval Wales, for instance, bitter rivalries often ended with people being scarred or killed over land disputes or power struggles. These fights weren't just among common people, violence existed at all levels of society. Religious hatred added another danger. Christian beliefs ruled most of Europe, and anyone outside this faith faced hostility. Jewish and Muslim groups often suffered persecution, and military campaigns like the First Crusade, 1096-1099, specifically targeted them. In England, anti-Jewish riots in the late 1100s helped King Edward I completely expel Jews in 1290. Those suspected of heresy or questioning mainstream beliefs faced harsh punishments, including burning. One disturbing case was Jan de Backer, a Dutch priest executed in 1525 for his religious views. Travel itself brought considerable risks. Roads were basic or non-existent, and river crossings frequently led to deadly drownings. One notable tragedy involved Emperor Frederick I, who died during the Third Crusade in 1190 while trying to cross a river. Even bridges weren't safe. Consider the 1450 Sant'Angelo bridge collapse in Rome that killed about 200 people. Sea travel was hardly better. Ships were clumsy, using simple oars or a single sail without modern navigation tools. Storms often proved deadly. Though boats gradually improved over the centuries, the early medieval period saw countless maritime deaths. Decent lodging options for travelers barely existed. With few inns or shelters, people often had to sleep outdoors, an extremely dangerous choice during cold weather. Getting sick while traveling typically meant death, as medical help between settlements was virtually non-existent. Group travel offered only slight benefits. While it might scare off lone bandits, organized criminals, or untrustworthy companions created new threats. Finding food and clean water was never certain unless a monastery or rare inn was nearby. Food insecurity was a widespread problem. Farming communities depended heavily on weather conditions, and when crops failed, hunger followed. Starvation wasn't unusual, forcing people to eat moldy grain, wild plants, or even tree bark. Poor diet left immune systems weak and prone to illness. Disease outbreaks typically followed food shortages, killing already weakened populations. Sicknesses like smallpox, flu, typhoid, and dysentery were common killers. For someone from today whose body hasn't developed resistance to those historical germs, surviving such epidemics would be virtually impossible. In those days, transportation was incredibly slow by modern standards. On foot, most people could only cover about 15 to 25 miles daily. Those on horseback might reach 20 or 30 miles. Ships performed somewhat better, covering roughly 75 to 125 miles each day, but only during good weather. Additionally, communication wasn't easy. Language differences between regions created significant barriers for travelers unfamiliar with local speech. Perhaps the harshest aspect of medieval life was its shortness. Early death was normal, affecting all social classes, nobles and peasants alike, due to factors like poor hygiene, widespread disease, malnutrition, violence, and environmental dangers. Even minor wounds or infections easily treated today could quickly become fatal then. So while the medieval period offers plenty of historical interest, it was an extremely difficult time for survival. For people used to modern comforts like clean water, modern medicine, fast transportation, and protective laws, experiencing even a brief time in that age would seem nearly unbearable. The Assyrian Empire. Origins, rise and collapse. History's first genuine superpower started modestly along the Tigris River. Around 2000 BCE, Jews from Arabia moved northward as their homelands dried up, forcing them to seek new lands. These people would eventually rule vast territories across the ancient Middle East. Their earliest settlements formed along the middle Tigris, with key towns including Ashur, Arbela, modern-day Erbil, and Nineveh. For centuries, these communities remained under the rule of powerful southern Mesopotamian kingdoms, serving rulers like Sargon and Hammurabi. Positioned at an important junction between southern Mesopotamia and Anatolia, Ashur began as a simple rest stop, but gradually grew into a wealthy trading hub. Assyrian merchants established trading centers throughout Anatolia, with Kurum Kanesh becoming their main foreign outpost. They sent lapis lazuli, tin from Elam, and copper from Babylon westward, while importing timber, wool, and metals eastward. This successful trade eventually allowed Ashur to break free from Babylonian control around the 19th century BCE. Notably, Ashur wasn't just their city's name, it was also their main god's name. Unlike other Mesopotamian cities that saw gods as separate beings, Assyrians viewed Ashur as fundamentally tied to their homeland and group identity. Early Assyrian leadership was unique. The people believed the god Ashur was their true ruler, with the human king simply acting as his earthly agent. The king's power was limited. His decisions were monitored by a council of elders and a yearly appointed official called the Limu, who managed state finances and headed the council. Major government choices required council approval and the Limu's backing. Between 1800 and 1700 BCE, this balanced governance system broke down. Trade declined due to unrest in Anatolia, and Assyria's economy suffered as their trading posts disappeared. Babylon regained control, leading to wars between Babylonian and Hittite forces, and Babylon itself fell in 1531 BCE. After these events, the Iranian Kassites took over Babylonia, while Assyria remained without independence. At the same time, the Hurrians came down from the Armenian highlands and formed several kingdoms in Syria, with Mitanni becoming the most powerful. For nearly 2 centuries, Ashur operated as a technically free city under Mitanni oversight, its defensive walls destroyed and its government supervised by Mitanni officials. Assyria gained freedom during the 1400s-1300s BCE. King Ashur-bel-nisheshu used internal problems within Mitanni to rebuild Ashur's walls. Later, Ashur-uballit drove out Mitanni officials, named himself king, and requested Egyptian help against their former rulers. Gaining independence triggered a shift in thinking. Assyrians now saw themselves not as a single city-state but as rulers of a wider region. They named their territory Mat Ashur, or Land of Ashur, and King Adad-nireh I took the more ambitious title King of the Universe. New royal titles highlighted military strength, such as Murepish Mishri, meaning one who extends borders. Their religious views evolved too. Ashur was elevated from local god to supreme leader of all gods. With Ashur above all deities, the Assyrian king was seen as the rightful ruler of all monarchs. Expanding the empire became not just politically driven but religiously required, a holy duty aligned with Ashur's divine plan. The Assyrians also changed warfare. They introduced horsemen as a formal military unit, first using mounted soldiers as archers and later developing heavily armored riders. Their approaches to attacking cities were revolutionary. They used battering rams against mud brick walls, archer towers and tunnels to weaken defenses. While most armies tried to starve cities into surrender, the Assyrians preferred quick, aggressive attacks. Equally important was their creation of a wide messenger network, allowing them to manage distant territories effectively. Earlier empires struggled to control faraway provinces, typically leaving them partly independent, but the Assyrians installed their own governors, stationed troops locally, and maintained order through regular communications carried by messengers to support fast military movements and smooth communication. They also built a network of paved roads, among the first such projects in recorded history. King Ashurnasirpal II's rule marked a brutal shift in Assyrian warfare. His military campaigns became known for their harsh tactics. In his own disturbing records he boasted, "After taking the city I slaughtered many warriors. I stacked their heads in front of the gates and made a pile from their bodies. I drove stakes through the young men and placed them around the walls while young women were thrown into fires. This showed all observers what my power meant." Whenever Ashurnasirpal's armies took a city, terrible punishments followed. Captured enemies were often beheaded, cut apart, skinned alive, impaled, buried alive, drowned or burned. These horrors frightened neighboring areas, causing many to surrender out of fear before fighting even began. However, while terror gave Assyria short-term control, it also created deep hatred. Over time, most surrounding nations didn't just fear the Assyrians, they despised them. Even when Ashurnasirpal's successors reduced the violence, the empire's brutal reputation remained unchanged. Rather than bringing stability, the terror made populations more determined to resist. When problems later arose within Assyria, many subject peoples rebelled. In the north, survivors of previous attacks formed the Kingdom of Urartu. To the west, powerful Aramean tribes organized. In the south, Babylonia became a center for anti-Assyrian uprisings. Assyria's decline was stopped at least temporarily by Tiglath-Pileser III. He gained the throne in 745 BCE through military takeover and implemented major reforms. Before him, the military consisted mostly of ordinary citizens who had to provide their own equipment. Tiglath-Pileser abandoned this approach and created a professional fighting force, recruiting from the poor and equipping them with state funds. He started formal training, imposed strict discipline, and reorganized the army into specialized units like chariots, cavalry, archers, infantry and engineers. To fund his military and manage the vast empire, he restructured taxation and governmental organization. Farmers and craftsmen faced new obligations. He split large provinces into smaller regions and appointed eunuchs to key positions, who, without families, couldn't establish powerful dynasties to challenge royal authority. With these changes in place, Tiglath-Pileser launched a fresh wave of conquests. In territories he conquered, he enforced a new policy known as Naho, involving moving entire communities to distant regions. Those removed were replaced by others from across the empire. This strategy aimed to eliminate local loyalty and identity, forcing populations to adopt Assyrian culture. Ironically, this led to Aramaic's rise. Originally spoken by scattered Syrian tribes, Aramaic spread widely because of these forced relocations. Eventually it became the common language throughout the empire, even replacing Assyrian in everyday use. The Neo-Assyrian Empire reached its greatest size under rulers like Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal during the early 7th century BCE. They pushed into Egypt, defeated Elam, incorporated Cyprus, crushed rebellious Phoenician cities, forced Urartu further northward, and conquered much of Anatolia. In 672 BCE, Esarhaddon selected Ashurbanipal as successor but gave Babylonia to another son, Shamash-Shu-Ukin, to prevent civil war. This decision delayed conflict but tensions remained. Shamash-Shu-Ukin eventually grew ambitious and secretly organized a coalition to break free from Assyrian control. Although intelligence reported the conspiracy, no action was taken. By 6052 BCE, open rebellion began, but the rebel alliance struggled with poor coordination, and Assyria defeated them one by one. By 6048 BCE, Babylon fell. Rather than face capture, Shamash-Shu-Ukin killed himself. The aftermath was cruel. Traitors were publicly mutilated and humiliated as warnings to others, despite appearing unbeatable. Assyria was weakening internally. Years of conflict had exhausted it, and distant provinces began claiming independence. Conditions worsened when nomadic Scythian forces swept through western regions of the empire in the 630s BCE, causing widespread destruction west of the Euphrates. This disaster shattered Assyria's stability, triggering chaos within the empire. Following Ashurbanipal's death in 6027 BCE, a violent power struggle erupted between his heirs and commanders, speeding up the empire's collapse. Various provinces broke away, with Babylonia gaining independence under the Chaldean leader Nabopolassar by 6119 BCE. In a desperate attempt to survive, Assyria allied with former enemies, including Egypt, but they couldn't stop the Babylonian advance. Meanwhile, the Medes, led by Syrius, attacked from another direction. In 612 BCE, the combined forces of Babylonia and Media captured Nineveh after a 3-month siege, completely destroying the city. The final Assyrian ruler Ashur-uballit tried to gather forces at Haran with Egyptian help, but was defeated by 619 BCE. Thus, the Assyrian Empire, the first major empire in recorded history, vanished from power, leaving behind a rich legacy of administration, impressive architecture, and warnings about the dangers of imperial overreach, influencing future civilizations for thousands of years. The king's favorite who was castrated and hanged in public. A historical analysis. The town centre of Hereford bustled with people on November 24, 1326. Nobles, church officials, merchants and ordinary citizens gathered to watch one of the most brutal punishments in England's Middle Ages. In the centre stood a gaunt man about 40 years old, his hollow face showing signs of self-starvation. His once fine garments were now tattered. This was Hugh Despenser the Younger, formerly the king's closest advisor and second in command, now awaiting a brutal death that would be remembered for centuries. To grasp why Despenser met such a terrible fate, we must examine the tangled politics of early 14th century England. Born around 1286 to Hugh Despenser the Elder and Isabel Beauchamp, a noble's daughter, Hugh came from a respected family with strong ties. His father's loyal service to King Edward I secured their place among England's elite families. When Edward II gained the throne in 1307, new opportunities arose. The young king was known for favouring male companions. His first favourite, Piers Gaveston, had caused upheaval, irritating established nobles with his arrogance until they forcibly removed him in 1312, creating an opening in the king's inner circle. By 1316, Despenser had earned the king's trust enough to become chamberlain, giving him special access to Edward. Around this time, he married Eleanor de Clare, Edward's niece, gaining the wealthy Glamorgan estates in Wales through this union. As Hugh's power grew, so did his craving for land and riches. He twisted legal processes to seize estates from other nobles, even exploiting vulnerable widows. Among his victims was his own sister-in-law, forced to surrender her property. During a brief exile caused by a noble rebellion in 1321, Hugh shockingly turned pirate, attacking English merchant vessels, clearly illegal behavior. When Edward II regained authority, Hugh returned with immense influence. From 1322 to 1326, the Despensers, father and son, virtually governed England. Hugh the Younger controlled access to the king, managed royal finances and ruled vast territories. Chronicler Jean Froissart described him as England's de facto ruler. Despite having no official title, rumours circulated about Hugh's relationship with Edward. Though married with children, many suspected an intimate bond that scandalized society and violated church teachings. Queen Isabella, Edward's wife and the French king's daughter, detested Despenser. Humiliated by the king's preference, she saw her own power and wealth diminished by Hugh's machinations. By 1324, Despenser had seized her lands and imprisoned her servants. Even her royal children were taken from her care and placed under Hugh's wife's supervision. Isabella's opportunity came in 1325 during a diplomatic mission to France. There she allied with Roger Mortimer, a powerful lord who had escaped the Tower of London after opposing the Despensers. Mortimer became her lover and ally in a plot to overthrow Edward II and his favourite. In September 1326, Isabella and Mortimer invaded England with a small mercenary force. What surprised Edward and the Despensers was the rapid abandonment by English nobles. Years of dishonesty and cruelty had bred deep resentment. With support evaporating, Edward and the Despensers fled westward carrying substantial royal treasure. Their escape proved futile. The Despensers were separated. Hugh the Elder was captured in Bristol and brutally executed on October 27, 1326, hanged in armour, beheaded, and quartered. A terrible punishment for the once loyal servant of the crown. Meanwhile, Edward II and Hugh the Younger escaped through Wales but were soon abandoned and seized near Neath. Edward was imprisoned and forced to abdicate to his young son, Edward III. Hugh Despenser's end was far more horrific. Realizing there was no chance for mercy, Hugh attempted to starve himself but couldn't persist. On November 24, he was brought before a court dominated by his fiercest enemies, Roger Mortimer, Queen Isabella, and Lancastrian nobles, who had suffered from his ruthless greed. Though it appeared like a fair trial, the outcome was predetermined. Hugh was accused of treason, theft, corruption, and manipulating the king. Found guilty on all counts, he received one of history's most terrible punishments. That same morning, Despenser was dragged to the marketplace in Hereford, before a massive crowd including Mortimer, Isabella, and the triumphant lords. What followed was a vicious act of public vengeance, deliberately arranged for maximum humiliation. Bound to a tall ladder so everyone could see, Despenser was mocked by having a crown of nettles placed on his head, a cruel parody of the royal power he had wielded. Biblical verses condemning pride were inscribed on his skin before the torture began. According to chronicler Froissart, executioners removed Hugh's genitals and burned them while he was forced to watch a punishment deliberately chosen to reflect accusations of sexual misconduct. Still alive, his abdomen was then sliced open and his organs were removed and slowly burned. Witnesses reported hearing terrible screams throughout the marketplace, seemingly satisfying the crowd's thirst for justice. After prolonged suffering, Hugh was finally hanged. But even death didn't end his disgrace. His body was decapitated and quartered, with portions sent to various cities across England. His severed head was displayed on a pike at a London gate, serving as a stark warning against abusing royal favour. The extreme savagery of Despenser's execution served multiple purposes: retribution for his greed and brutality, and a symbolic purging of the corruption he was accused of spreading through his influence over Edward II and their rumoured intimate relationship. The public castration particularly emphasised punishment for alleged sexual impropriety. 4 years later, in December 1330, his widow Eleanor de Clare received permission to gather his remains and bury them on family property in Gloucestershire. Yet only his head, a thigh bone, and some fragments could be recovered, an undignified end for England's once second most powerful man. Edward II's fate was equally grim. Initially imprisoned, he was murdered in September 1327 at Berkeley Castle. While modern historians doubt the details, the traditional account claims he died by having a heated metal rod inserted into his body, a method designed to leave no marks but symbolically referring to his supposed sexual behavior. The reign of Edward II and the swift rise and fall of Hugh Despenser mark one of medieval England's most turbulent periods. For centuries, narratives were colored by prejudice about their relationship. Edward was depicted as weak and dominated by personal desires, while Hugh appeared as a calculating opportunist exploiting the king's vulnerabilities. Contemporary scholars offer a more nuanced perspective. They acknowledge Despenser's extreme avarice alienated nearly all the nobility, but question the exaggerated accounts of his sexual relationship with Edward II, recognizing such claims were often political weapons used to destroy rivals. Regardless of the truth about their bond, Despenser's fate highlights the dangerous intersection of power, sexuality, and governance in medieval England. His brutal end clearly demonstrated the consequences of defying social norms and making powerful enemies. His story also illustrates how justice in that era was a public spectacle. Despenser's execution was not merely legal punishment, but a carefully orchestrated event designed to convey clear political and moral messages. The treatment of his body, especially the public castration, symbolized condemnation of sexual wrongdoing, corruption, and the restoration of social order. Hugh Despenser's dramatic downfall matched his meteoric ascent. In just a few years, he rose from a relatively unknown knight to the kingdom's most influential figure, only to end as scattered remains displayed across the realm. His story exemplifies the fragile nature of power in medieval politics. In a final twist of fate, the regime that replaced Edward II and the Despensers was short-lived. Queen Isabella and Roger Mortimer, who orchestrated Hugh's harsh execution, were themselves overthrown within 4 years when young Edward III took real control. Mortimer was executed as a traitor, though spared the tortures Despenser endured. Political fortunes had shifted once again. 7 centuries later, Despenser's tale continues to intrigue and disturb. Modern historians often rank him among England's most notorious medieval figures. His life has inspired dramas, books, and television programs, typically portraying him as the archetype of a corrupt royal favorite. Today we view Despenser's execution with justified horror, recognizing the extreme brutality of medieval justice. At the same time, his story reminds us that the dynamics of influence, favoritism, and abuse of power are timeless. The tragic end of this royal favorite offers a distant yet relevant lesson on the complex web of authority, sexuality, greed, and justice that still shapes societies today. The grim fate of a Tudor-era cook, an historical account. Heavy clouds hung over London on April 5, 1531, as crowds gathered at Smithfield, a place known for both market trading and public punishments. This day would be marked by an unusually cruel sentence. In the square's center stood a huge brass container bubbling with water above a freshly started fire. The crowd's murmurs grew louder when guards brought out a chained prisoner, Richard Rose, once employed as a cook for Bishop John Fisher of Rochester. His pale face revealed fear he faced being put into boiling water until dead, his body melting in the unbearable heat. To grasp these happenings we must look back to February. England was in turmoil. King Henry VIII was eager to end his marriage with Catherine of Aragon to wed Anne Boleyn. This split the country between those supporting the king's wishes and religious traditionalists who fought against the breakup. Bishop John Fisher was a main opponent of the king's plans. His steady religious stance made him an enemy not only of Henry but also of Anne Boleyn's rising supporters, who saw Fisher as a difficult barrier. The bishop took safety steps, sleeping in different rooms each night and checking his food carefully. Among his household staff at Lambeth was Richard Rose, a quiet, plain man who worked as a cook until the key date of February 18. That evening Bishop Fisher held a dinner featuring a thick soup typical for that time. Unknown to the guests, Rose had secretly added a strange material. He later claimed it was meant as a rough prank, expecting only minor stomach upset, not deadly poisoning. Fisher ate very little soup, others had bigger servings. As was usual, leftover food went to nearby poor people, including two persons named Bennett Kerwin and Alice Triet. Within hours, soup eaters felt harsh effects, awful stomach pain, throwing up, sweating and muscle cramps. The bishop survived, likely due to his small portion, but many became seriously ill. Both Kerwin and Triet died by the next day, their bodies showing signs of a painful, poisoned end. News of the poisoning quickly reached King Henry's court. Though the king opposed Fisher politically, he viewed the incident as a direct risk to royal safety. If church leaders could be poisoned, so could rulers. He ordered a swift investigation. Rose was caught trying to flee the city. At the Tower he underwent harsh torture, his limbs painfully stretched to force a confession. Under such stress he admitted adding the substance but said he didn't know it was deadly. The case's handling ignored normal rules. On February 28, Henry VIII personally addressed Parliament about the incident, an unusual move for a king. He labelled the poisoning as betrayal not just against Fisher but against the king's authority itself. Parliament, fearing royal anger, passed a new law, the Act for Poisoning, 22 Henry VIII, Chapter 9, calling such acts high treason and requiring death by boiling, a shocking penalty created after the crime to justify extreme punishment. Experts question Henry's reasons. Some think he hated poisoning as dishonorable, others suspect political plotting. The Spanish ambassador Eustace Chapuis, who supported both Fisher and Queen Catherine, wrote that Henry's harsh response aimed to prevent deeper inquiries that might involve Anne Boleyn's family. Rumours suggested Boleyn ordered Fisher's removal to help the king's remarriage plans. The public and brutal killing of Rose silenced many questions that could have touched powerful people near Henry. Whatever the truth, Rose met his fate on April 5. The unusual execution drew huge crowds, with vendors moving among onlookers, turning the grim event into a show. Records say Rose received wine to reduce the pain. The only act of mercy. Guards stripped him and lowered him into the boiling pot while a priest offered final prayers. The execution was terrible and staged. First his feet went in, causing awful screams as skin burned away, then his middle, turning the water red with his melting flesh, and finally his whole body submerged, ending the agony. Many watchers fainted or turned away in horror. This cruel method happened again. Margaret Davies suffered the same punishment in 1542 for allegedly poisoning her employers. The practice stopped during Edward VI's rule amid wider punishment reforms. Rose's story matters beyond the tragedy itself. It marks a time of political tension as England faced massive religious change. Bishop Fisher, the intended victim, was executed in 1535 for refusing to accept the king as church leader. Anne Boleyn, connected to these troubled events, was herself executed in 1536 on likely false charges to clear the way for Henry's next marriage. Henry's disputed reign lasted 16 more years, marked by several wives, break from Rome, and the rise of Protestant England. His fear and cruelty only grew over time. Today, Smithfield is a busy London area with little to remind walkers of the dark past beneath their steps. Richard Rose's account shows a grim chapter from history. It reveals a time when justice mixed with cruelty, when powerful people twisted laws for their gain, and when a person's life often mattered only for its political value after death. We may never truly learn if Rose was guilty, whether he was really responsible, a political victim, or simply unaware of the effects of the stuff he used. What's clear is that his punishment was much harsher than what most people of that era would have thought fair. The way he was killed carries a dark meaning, a cook meeting death through the very act of cooking. This wasn't just about ending life, but delivering a kind of symbolic revenge, showing a very different understanding of justice. 500 years have passed since these events. Our views on government, law, and punishment have changed greatly. Current systems claim to focus on reform instead of revenge, treating all equally regardless of social rank. Yet Richard Rose's story remains important because it shows how easily the lines of civilization can break and how institutions can be misused by those in power. Under the busy streets of modern London, these historical echoes remain, serving as reminders of progress and warning tales about power's misuse. Rediscovering medieval agricultural heritage, 15 forgotten cultivars. Digging into Europe's farming past during the Middle Ages uncovers many nourishing plants that were once common but have now disappeared from our tables. These old-time foods aren't just interesting bits of history, they might hold solutions to today's food and farming problems, having sustained people through changing weather patterns for hundreds of years. Take skirret, highly valued in medieval times because it needed little care. Unlike modern root vegetables requiring constant attention, skirret came back year after year, creating bunches of slim white roots underground with minimal work. These roots had natural sweetness exceeding carrots or parsnips, making them favorites among wealthy folks who often grew them in castle gardens. Skirret proved incredibly reliable during harsh cold snaps when other crops died, becoming a vital food source. Old farming records mention that it helped struggling families when other plantings failed. People could roast it, boil it, add it to thick soups, or use it in sweet dishes. It functioned much like potatoes do today, though it slowly vanished as farming moved toward quicker growing options. Brought to Britain by Romans, Alexander's quickly became popular with medieval gardeners for its usefulness. This tough plant spread beyond garden borders almost like a weed, but tasted much better than most wild plants. What made Alexander's special was that you could eat every part: stems, leaves, flowers, roots, and seeds. Young stems worked like celery, flowers brightened salads, and seeds substituted for pepper. The leaves flavored soups with hints of parsley mixed with celery, growing impressively tall, nearly 6 feet, with bright yellow blooms attracting beneficial insects. Alexander's thrived in seaside areas, cliff edges, and along paths without any care. Despite its many uses, Alexander's gradually disappeared from cooking after celery became popular in the early 1700s. Today, people might see it growing wild without knowing its former importance in daily meals. How good King Henry got its name remains a mystery, but it was widespread across medieval European landscapes. It appeared both wild and in gardens, requiring virtually no effort as it returned yearly without replanting. Studies show this green contained more iron than spinach, while providing plenty of vitamin C, nutrients often missing in medieval diets. Its soft early spring leaves helped fill seasonal food gaps. People used it differently depending on growth stages. Tender shoots like asparagus, mature leaves like spinach, and tiny flower clusters similar to broccoli. It had healing uses too. Leaves applied to wounds, while root preparations aided digestion. Some regions called it all good, reflecting its varied benefits. However, as farming became more commercial, this humble yet valuable plant largely faded from common knowledge. Salsify, an unusual root vegetable, had one of medieval cooking's most surprising tastes. When properly prepared, it tasted like oysters, making it especially valuable during religious periods forbidding meat or seafood. Church documents from the 1400s record its specific cultivation for Lenten meals. 2 types existed, white and black salsify. Both had long, slender roots covered with rough outer layers needing removal before cooking, an early example that good taste doesn't always come from pretty produce. Salsify's greatest advantage was winter hardiness. It survived freezing conditions and remained among the few available fresh foods during winter months, harvested as needed. After gathering, it stayed fresh for long periods without spoiling, a precious quality before refrigeration existed. Modern farming abandoned salsify because it took too long to mature and looked unusual. Medieval people also enjoyed foods that might seem strange to modern eaters. Consider the medlar, resembling small brown apples with open bottoms showing 5 seeds inside. Freshly picked medlars were hard and bitter, completely inedible. Gardeners knew these fruits needed bletting, a controlled rotting process where medlars were stored for weeks until softening and darkening. This gradual ripening changed their texture into sweet, cinnamon-flavored flesh that medieval people loved. Recipe books from the 1200s contain many preparations using medlars, including pastries, preserves, and drinks. The unusual shape of medlar fruits inspired colorful medieval slang, often suggesting body part comparisons not suitable for polite conversation. These fruits became known for their seasonal timing, ripening during late autumn, just before winter arrived, making them among the last fresh treats of the year. After bletting, medlars remained usable for weeks, offering rare sweetness during cold, dark months. However, with today's farming focus on quick-growing, profitable crops, medlars gradually became forgotten. Unlike plants needing careful tending, chickweed appeared naturally throughout medieval Europe. This small leafy plant with tiny white flowers showed up uninvited in gardens, fields, and along pathways, yet offered surprising health benefits. Farmers recognized its persistent nature, thriving in various soil types, emerging whenever temperatures allowed, and producing many seeds. Rather than fighting it, people harvested chickweed as a free nutritional resource. In mild climates, its delicate leaves remained available nearly year-round. Chickweed contains remarkable vitamin C levels, about 7 times more per serving than oranges. While commonly gathered by poorer populations, records from wealthy households show its wintertime use when other greens became scarce. Chickweed served beyond food purposes. Its cooling properties helped skin problems, while herbal teas helped reduce fevers and swelling. Unfortunately, modern farming labels chickweed as a weed, and chemical treatments have largely eliminated this once valued plant from growing areas. Scorzonera, despite its scary name linked with sickness, was widely grown during Middle Ages. The name comes from Italian words meaning poisonous snake, as early healers believed the dark-skinned roots could cure snake bites. Though this proved false, people quickly valued Scorzonera for taste and health benefits. Often confused with black salsify, a related plant, Scorzonera develops longer, straighter roots with black exteriors hiding white interiors. Its flavor is sweeter, milder, with subtle hints of asparagus and nutty undertones. One remarkable feature of Scorzonera was exceptional storage capability. Autumn-harvested roots kept in cool cellars buried in sand remained edible until summer, providing valuable food reserves in medieval times. Records from the 1500s show monastery garden popularity, especially during fasting periods, for its flavor and supposed healing properties. Doctors commonly recommended it for blood cleansing and digestive health. However, modern refrigeration and transportation developments gradually reduced demand for such long-lasting root vegetables, contributing to its decline. Though called Welsh onions, these hardy plants actually came from East Asia and likely reached European shores through trade around the 1200s. Botanically different from true onions, medieval farmers prized them for persistent green growth. Unlike standard onions, Welsh varieties formed lasting clusters and multiplied gradually through division rather than yearly replanting. Ancient gardening texts suggest single groupings could support households for decades through careful separation. Welsh onions served practical roles by providing fresh, hollow green stems long after other vegetation had disappeared. Medieval cooks incorporated these greens across various dishes. Their impressive cold weather survival made them particularly useful during harsh winters, providing essential vitamins when fresh alternatives became scarce. Nevertheless, modern agriculture eventually preferred large bulbed varieties of common onions. Fat hen represented another spontaneous visitor flourishing across medieval European fields and gardens. Rather than removing it as unwanted growth, people utilized this nutritious green. Modern studies confirm fat hen's impressive nutritional profile: more protein than cabbage, more iron than spinach, and more calcium than kale, earning today's superfood classification. The name came from observations that feeding it to chickens improved egg production and growth. Archaeological digs at historical sites have found many fat hen seeds mixed with discarded food remains, indicating regular dietary inclusion. During food shortages, this wild plant often provided crucial sustenance, preventing widespread hunger. Regional cooking methods varied, leaves prepared similarly to spinach or eaten fresh in salads, while seeds were ground into flour during emergencies. Regrettably, today's agriculture views fat hen as competitive weed and tries to eliminate it. Contrasting with wild plants struggling for recognition, lovage once enjoyed widespread kitchen popularity before mysteriously declining. Roman soldiers carried lovage seeds during conquest campaigns across Europe, establishing this hardy herb wherever they settled. Monasteries continued this tradition, ensuring lovage appeared in herb gardens. Lovage has intensely concentrated flavor. Imagine celery and parsley combined but amplified significantly. In medieval kitchens, it served essential roles. Single stalks flavored entire soups, dried leaves enhanced meat preparations, crushed seeds improved bread, and roots cooked similarly to parsnips. The hollow stems were even preserved as sweets. The herb's medicinal qualities increased its value. Oils aided digestion, reduced bloating, and promoted mild water elimination. Documents from 1200s monasteries mention lovage-based treatments for stomach and kidney problems. Typically, lovage plants survived up to 20 years, growing taller than 6 feet. providing abundant flavor from limited space. Their hardiness enabled winter survival, with vigorous spring regrowth. However, exotic spice importation through global trade gradually diminished Lovage's culinary importance. Despite its name, corn salad has no relationship to American maize. This confusion stems from older European terminology where corn simply meant grains before maize introduction. These delicate greens naturally emerge after harvest during autumn and continue growing throughout winter. Medieval farmers valued corn salad beyond basic food for its pleasant taste. Unlike many wild greens, it provides mild, slightly nutty flavors without bitterness. Gathering continued even during coldest periods when alternative fresh options became limited. Recent analysis shows corn salad contains rich omega-3 fatty acid levels, about triple those in typical lettuce, alongside significant iron and vitamin C quantities. Medieval populations recognized its importance as fresh winter greenery, yet today's farming favors lettuce varieties with greater market appeal and harvesting efficiency. Few plants show such dramatic change from historical importance to modern obscurity as tansy. This bushy herb featuring feathery leaves and bright yellow button-shaped flowers contains powerful aromas throughout. Its complex flavor combines bitter, spicy and slightly sweet notes, which medieval tastes appreciated but modern preferences generally reject. Chemical testing reveals over 40 unique flavor compounds within tansy leaves. Historical recipes incorporate tansy in both savory and sweet preparations. Easter celebrations featured chopped tansy mixed with eggs, cream, breadcrumbs and sweeteners fried into cakes. Spring festivals offered tansy-flavored cheeses while special occasions included tansy-infused drinks. Beyond flavoring, tansy's potent compounds worked as natural preservatives, extending food freshness before refrigeration existed. Medicinal uses addressed intestinal parasites, digestive problems and fevers. Monastery gardens regularly included tansy for cooking and healing purposes, often planted near entrances to repel insects with its strong smell. As milder herbs gained popularity, tansy gradually disappeared from cooking practice. While certain plants vanished due to strong flavors, sea kale faced neglect despite remarkable advantages. Native to northern European coastlines, sea kale thrived in salty, sandy environments where few edible options survived. Medieval coastal dwellers harvested sea kale two ways. Spring shoots were blanched and eaten like asparagus, while mature leaves cooked similarly to cabbage. Unlike many wild foods, sea kale offers gentle, sweet flavor profiles. Its high vitamin C content, 6 times greater than citrus by weight, proved crucial for fishing communities lacking fresh produce, preventing scurvy. The gradual elimination of sea kale from today's diets represents significant loss, considering its effortless coastal growth requiring minimal farming effort. Unlike vegetation grown purely for eating, woad served multiple purposes, mainly cultivated for blue dye production but also offering edible parts. Before woad cultivation, getting blue-colored textiles presented major challenges throughout Europe. Before woad leaves developed dyeing chemicals, young shoots provided tender greens for springtime meals and soups. Their flavor remained mild, with peppery hints resembling fresh mustard leaves. Woad growing created notorious smell problems. Dye extraction involved leaf fermentation, generating such unpleasant odors that royal orders prohibited processing near important residences. Despite economic value for fabric coloring, woad gradually lost popularity both as food and as dyeing material. While turnip roots remain common in traditional European cooking, medieval farmers equally valued the leafy portions, a practice largely forgotten in modern growing. Turnip greens contain substantially more nutrients than roots, providing approximately 4 times the calcium, triple the vitamin A, and twice the protein. Medieval-era growers would carefully harvest outer leaves throughout growing seasons, avoiding damage to underlying roots. These nutritious greens featured prominently in soups, stews and fresh preparations, contributing distinctive peppery flavors that enhanced often bland winter meals. Clever heating methods of common people in the Middle Ages. Research indicates that everyday folks in the Middle Ages created surprisingly smart ways to fight off winter cold. Without modern tools, these people built creative warming methods using just simple items they could find. Their ways of dealing with freezing temperatures not only helped them live through winter but also built stronger ties among family members and neighbors. Looking at these ancient methods shows how medieval communities mixed practical thinking with teamwork to overcome the basic problem of surviving harsh winters. Middle-age homes had main fires placed in the center of living spaces. Unlike today's heat sources typically set into walls, these middle fires let warmth move evenly around the home. These fireplaces used carefully chosen stones known for holding heat well. As the flames burned, these rocks stored warmth and kept giving it off long after the fire died down, working like simple heat storage units. The middle spot naturally made a gathering area where family could cook food, finish work and talk together. Their smoke control was simple but worked. Smoke naturally went up and left through a hole in the roof. While this caused lots of black buildup and a lasting smoky smell, the heat made was needed to survive freezing weather. The main fire was more than just warmth, it was the heart of family life. Middle-age buildings showed smart use of sun heating ideas. Houses were built to get the most winter sunshine when the sun moved lower in the sky. Windows on the south side let in rays that warmed inside areas. Thick walls made from stone or packed dirt had two uses, giving strong support while keeping warmth. These barriers soaked up daytime sun heat and slowly released it during night hours, helping keep steady indoor warmth despite outside freezing. Natural building stuff like wood and dried plants also helped stop heat loss. In colder places, some homes were partly dug into hillsides to use the Earth's steady underground temperature. This smart mix of methods showed medieval builders deep knowledge of nature and clever use of what they had around them. Roofs made from layers of dried plants were common and very good for keeping heat in. These thick plant layers worked as barriers, stopping warmth from escaping and blocking cold air from coming in. Materials for these roofs, leftover farm products and gathered plants, were easy to find, cheap and naturally kept out water, protecting homes from rain and snow. Though they needed regular fixing due to rotting or bugs, the heat benefits made the work worthwhile. Making and putting up these plant roofs usually needed group work, building community bonds while winterizing homes. So these roof systems not only kept in heat but also made community ties stronger. Middle-age housing often put animal pens right next to or partly inside human living areas. This smart setup used the natural body heat made by farm animals. Walls between human and animal areas were purposely thin to help heat move through. Sometimes, animals took up nearly a third of the home space, greatly raising the temperature in living areas. Animals gave more than just warmth. They provided key winter needs. When wood ran low, dried animal waste served as backup fuel. Livestock also gave food like milk products and eggs, plus needed materials like wool and skins, helping winter survival. Though this setup brought bad smells and pest issues, the good points of extra warmth and supplies outweighed these problems during winter's worst times. Smart floor warming methods were another Middle-Age idea. People heated big rocks in the main fire, then put them under wooden or dirt floors. These stones kept heat and slowly warmed rooms above, working like today's floor heating. Some homes had brick or clay floors picked, specially for better heat holding. These materials worked especially well in partly underground homes, where surrounding earth helped keep steady temperature through season changes. Beyond making cozier spaces, these systems gave practical health gains. Warm floors cut moisture levels, lowering mold growth and related breathing problems. Combined heat from both warmed floors and central fires spread warmth better throughout living spaces. While these systems needed regular upkeep and careful setup to avoid fire dangers, their benefits made them good investments for medieval households. For outside activities or travel, carry-along heating tools proved essential. These items were key for doing outdoor tasks like farming, trading, or joining community events during freezing weather. A simple approach involved heating stones in house fires, then wrapping them in cloth or animal skins. These warmed stones could be carried inside clothing or held by hand, giving hours of heat. Fancier versions had metal containers safely holding slow-burning materials, giving lasting heat during long outdoor activities. Women especially used these portable warmers while doing daily tasks or moving between places. Dug-up items include decorative examples, suggesting these things sometimes showed status or personal style. Despite possible dangers including burns or fire starts, these movable heating tools were vital for keeping productive during cold seasons when outdoor work stayed necessary. Making sure sleep was comfortable during freezing nights was another challenge. Special metal boxes made for bed warming held hot coals and were carefully moved between bed sheets to preheat sleeping spots. Beds with 4 posts often had heavy cloth panels that could close around the sleeping area, keeping body heat inside the smaller space. Extra layers of wool fabrics or animal furs further helped hold heat. Common mattress fillings included dried grasses and straw, giving natural insulation despite sometimes attracting mice or bugs. The comfort benefits generally outweighed these downsides. Through these combined approaches, people kept fairly comfortable sleeping conditions despite harsh winter nights, ensuring needed rest. Middle Age heating worked better with smartly placed shiny surfaces near fireplaces to bounce heat back into rooms. Polished metals or smooth stones arranged around fire areas helped catch escaping warmth, letting homes keep more heat without using extra fuel. These reflective panels also protected burnable building materials from direct contact with flames, reducing fire risk in buildings mostly made from wood or thatch. Bigger homes often had movable reflectors, allowing people to point warmth towards specific cold spots. Dug-up evidence shows some reflectors had decorative parts, showing cultural or beauty value beyond practical use. The use of these items showed medieval people's amazing grasp of heat movement principles despite not having modern science knowledge. Winter survival went beyond single households to village-wide approaches. Shared fire pits in common spaces provided warmth available to all village people. These public heating spots served two purposes. They became social hubs where people gathered for storytelling, music playing, and group dancing, lifting spirits during long cold periods. Residents with poor home heating could use these community resources, showing shared support values. Seasonal parties and religious events often centered around these group fires, adding symbolic meaning to practical heating needs. This mixing of cultural tradition with survival need shows how medieval communities addressed challenges fully. Overall, Middle Age heating methods show incredible resourcefulness and deep understanding of heat properties, building materials and group teamwork, all done with the technology of their time. The Tudor sisters Mary and Elizabeth. Examining their lives closely, the sisters of Tudor heritage, Mary and Elizabeth, seemed like total opposites. With a sizable age gap between them, their biggest split stemmed from their religious backgrounds. Mary's childhood was steeped in Catholic beliefs. Her entire existence centered on faithful worship. Elizabeth, in contrast, was brought up with Protestant values and possibly viewed her older half-sister as old-fashioned and at odds with her own beliefs. Their nation during this time wasn't fully accepting of women rulers. The social structure was dominated by men, with common belief suggesting women were too emotional and mentally insufficient to guide a country. Most people doubted whether a woman could rule as well as a king. Mary's reign was short, while Elizabeth led for almost 50 years. One sought direction from Rome, the other welcomed new ideas. Mary kept ties with Spain's royalty, while Elizabeth's greatest triumph was beating the Spanish naval forces. Despite these clear differences, the Tudor half-sisters had more in common than is widely known. Mary entered the world on February 18, 1516 at Greenwich Palace. Her mother, Catherine of Aragon, was King Henry VI's first wife and had Spanish royal ancestry. Catherine came from a line of powerful, capable women. Her mother, Isabella of Castile, had joined military efforts and instilled similar qualities in her children. Catherine ranked among the most educated and cultured women of her time. Though Mary wasn't the son Henry desperately sought, her birth brought fresh hope after many failed pregnancies. Catherine was only 30 and might still bear more children. Mary's healthy arrival showed a strong child was possible. She got her father's light skin and rosy cheeks, and Henry treasured her, making sure she received the finest education available to English girls. Catherine didn't simply raise Mary to be someone's spouse. Her early years included Spanish language and religious practices. At 9 years old, Mary was sent to Ludlow Castle as the unofficial Princess of Wales, where she managed the area in her father's name. She studied languages, philosophy and even government theory abilities for any potential leader. Mary's education shaped her into a smart thinker. She thought herself mentally equal to men, believing she had both her mother's wisdom and her father's quick mind. Her upbringing naturally prepared her for marriage. In the 1500s, princesses were important political tools. Marriages weren't about love but strategic partnerships. Mary was promised in marriage by age 2 and spent her childhood engaged to various foreign nobles, with each arrangement changing based on European political shifts. As Mary neared her teen years, her world started to fall apart. By 1525, Catherine had turned 40 and hopes of her having a son faded. Henry's focus on getting a male heir became more urgent. As just the second ruler from the Tudor family, he needed a secure future. England's enemies, including Scotland, France and Spain, were always threatening, and an unclear succession could invite chaos. Henry became fascinated by Anne Boleyn, one of Catherine's young attendants. This wasn't just a brief affair. He thought Anne would give him a son, but to marry her he needed to end his marriage to Catherine. The Pope refused to allow this, and Catherine stood firm. The dispute went on for nearly 10 years. In 1531, Henry even stopped Mary, now a teenager, from seeing her mother unless both gave in and supported the split. Neither would. In the end, Henry broke from the Catholic Church, declaring himself head of the newly formed Church of England. The Archbishop of Canterbury approved his divorce. and in January 1533 Henry married the already pregnant Anne. That summer Anne was crowned queen. Anne had her baby weeks later, not a boy but Elizabeth. Despite disappointment, Henry and Anne stayed hopeful. Elizabeth proved Anne could have children, and they assumed a son would follow. For Mary, then 17, the situation was devastating. She lost her royal status and was stripped of her household and title. Most humiliating of all, she was forced to work as a maid in baby Elizabeth's home. She faced growing demands to declare herself illegitimate, to accept Anne as queen, and to recognize Elizabeth as the rightful heir. Mary's hardship deepened when Catherine died on January 7, 1536, at Kimbolton House. Some whispered about poisoning, but she had been ill for some time. Catherine never stopped claiming she was the true queen. Henry, still bitter, wouldn't even let Mary attend the funeral. At court, Catherine's death was openly celebrated. Henry and Anne showed off young Elizabeth proudly. But Anne's downfall came quickly. Within months, she faced charges of unfaithfulness, family incest, and plotting against the king. On May 19, 1536, she was beheaded at the Tower of London. Henry quickly remarried. Jane Seymour became his third wife days after Anne's execution. Exhausted and grieving, Mary finally gave in. She acknowledged Henry as the church leader and agreed that her parents' marriage had been unlawful. She also accepted that she was born from a forbidden union, an admission that troubled her forever. Her surrender brought small rewards. Though allowed back into court life, her position as heir wasn't restored. Instead, a new act of succession removed baby Elizabeth's royal status and placed any future child of Jane Seymour next in line. That child arrived in autumn 1537, a long-awaited boy named Edward. Edward was born at Hampton Court Palace, Henry VIII's ever-expanding royal home. The king was thrilled, seeing his decisions as justified. With a male heir secured, his daughters faded into the background as attention focused entirely on the boy. Oddly, Edward's birth brought a kind of peace to both Mary and Elizabeth. With his arrival, expectations of either becoming queen vanished, easing rivalry and perhaps creating a quiet bond over shared illegitimacy. Elizabeth began learning under her own teachers, and eventually joined Edward's household. Mary returned to the royal court and improved relations with her father. Queen Jane, however, died shortly after childbirth. Over the next decade, Henry married 3 more times, but no additional children were born. For the rest of his reign, Mary and Elizabeth existed in similarly uncertain positions. Henry died on January 28, 1547. Years earlier, a revised Act of Succession had reinstated his daughters in the royal line, despite their continued official illegitimacy after Edward. Edward became king as a child, with a group of powerful men ruling in his name. Though these advisors pushed Protestant changes, Edward himself supported them with growing confidence. Even in youth, he began exercising power over national affairs. His rule created problems for his sisters. Teenage Elizabeth moved into the household of Henry's final wife, Catherine Parr, where Thomas Seymour, Parr's husband, reportedly took sexual advantage of her. Meanwhile, Mary fought with Edward's Protestant counselors, refusing to give up her Catholic practices despite pressure. The siblings often argued about religion. One emotional Christmas confrontation ended with both in tears, showing a deep divide that couldn't be bridged. Edward's reign was short. In early 1553, he became seriously ill and died on July 6 at just 15 years old. His council hid the news while rushing to ensure a Protestant succession. Fearing that Mary would undo all religious changes, Edward created a will bypassing both sisters. He named Lady Jane Grey, his cousin and daughter-in-law to the Duke of Northumberland, as his successor, a move widely seen as a Protestant power grab. As news of Edward's death spread, Mary took bold action. From her estates in East Anglia, she began gathering loyal followers. England prepared for possible civil conflict. 3 days before Edward's death, Mary had been travelling to visit him, unaware of the plan to capture her and secure Jane's claim. A faithful supporter managed to warn her just in time. She redirected to East Anglia, where she had the land and influence to gather forces. Mary responded with firm conviction, seeing her claim as a sacred duty to restore Catholicism. Her readiness for battle highlighted her unwavering Tudor resolve. On July 10, Lady Jane Grey was proclaimed Queen. Northumberland and the council controlled London, the Tower, and the weapons. He began organising a campaign to capture Mary and Elizabeth. But once Northumberland left the capital, support began to weaken. Londoners met Jane's proclamation with strange silence. The people didn't view her as their rightful ruler. They favoured the legitimate daughter of Henry VIII. Civil war was avoided. While Jane waited anxiously in the Tower, Towns across the country declared for Mary. Even Northumberland realized the tide had turned. 6 days after leaving London, he yielded and acknowledged Mary as sovereign. Mary then moved toward London in triumph, leaving Elizabeth in a delicate position as heir. She could be either a valued partner or dangerous rival. In August, Elizabeth met Mary outside the city, riding with 1,000 men dressed in bright green and white, the Tudor colours, both honouring her sister and displaying her own power. Together the sisters entered the capital. London was prepared to impress as Mary arrived. Streets were thoroughly cleaned and buildings were decorated with fine fabrics. Mary appeared dressed in royal purple, her outfit gleaming with jewels and pearls. Though naturally shy and uncomfortable in crowds, she carried herself with remarkable dignity, making her presence undeniably powerful. Following closely came Elizabeth, tall and striking in appearance. Both women displayed a strong sense of Tudor identity and legitimate claim. The procession was carefully arranged to project strength from the Tudor line, despite quiet tensions beneath the surface. Elizabeth, always politically smart, recognized that supporting Mary was the wisest way to protect her own future. Mary's coronation on October 1 sent a clear message. It was a traditional Catholic ceremony, indicating a national return to earlier religious practices. She didn't implement sweeping changes immediately, but gradually shifted England away from the Protestant customs established under Edward. Re-establishing Catholicism was Mary's main concern. It guided her domestic policies and influenced her foreign relations. She viewed the Protestant period as an era to be fixed. Those unwilling to return to Catholic practices faced harsh penalties. To ensure Catholic rule for the future, Mary needed an heir, and for that, a spouse. Her choice alarmed her advisors and the public. Prince Philip of Spain, heir to much of Europe through the Habsburg family. The couple married on July 25, 1554, having only met 2 days earlier. Mary's marriage options were few. An English husband might cause jealousy among noble families, while a foreign alliance risked giving outsiders too much influence over England. She selected Philip partly from gratitude for Spain's support during her earlier struggle for the throne, and partly to mirror the union of her Spanish mother and English father. The marriage contract limited Philip's power in England. He couldn't appoint government officials, impose Spanish customs, or draw England into his military ventures. Still, people worried his influence would incorporate England into Spain's empire and its Catholic sphere. Among English elites, especially politicians, hatred of foreign control ran deep. The prospect that England might become a Spanish territory or tied too closely to the Holy Roman Empire caused widespread concern. This fear fueled Protestant resistance. A rebellion headed by Sir Thomas Wyatt aimed to overthrow Mary and install Elizabeth. Thousands joined this effort, but royal forces defended London. The uprising failed and leaders were publicly executed to reinforce the Queen's authority. Though the rebellion was short-lived, it placed Elizabeth in serious danger. Many suspected she knew about the plot, if not actively participated. She was questioned by the Queen's Council but maintained her innocence. Elizabeth was imprisoned in the Tower of London, the very place her mother once awaited execution. Mary's advisors even drafted Elizabeth's death warrant. Some accounts suggest Mary nearly signed it but hesitated. Whether due to Elizabeth's pleas or fear of widening political divisions, Mary decided against it. After several tense months, Elizabeth was freed. By late 1554, England had rejoined the Roman Church. Catholic doctrines filled churches again, monasteries reopened, and old heresy laws returned, allowing prosecution of those who rejected Catholic teachings. Mary's harshest legacy stemmed from these religious persecutions, though historians debate whether she was more brutal than other rulers of her era. The period earned her the nickname Bloody Mary. The 1500s were harsh throughout Europe, and executing dissenters wasn't uncommon. What distinguished Mary's rule was the high number of executions by burning. In just a few years, 207 people, including women and children, died this way. Mary believed a few public punishments would frighten others into compliance. In her view, allowing heresy to spread endangered her own soul and the nation's welfare. In late 1554, Mary announced she was pregnant. That spring, Elizabeth was summoned to court to witness the birth, one that would exclude her from succession and secure Catholic rule. Everything appeared to be progressing perfectly. This news greatly troubled Elizabeth and her Protestant supporters, who feared permanent loss of influence. But as time passed, no child appeared. The pregnancy proved false, and Mary faced the embarrassing truth before a watchful kingdom and continent. Mary had suffered from unexplained health problems, stomach pain, fatigue, and nausea. Modern experts suspect she may have had ovarian cancer. which could explain the physical changes that convinced many, including Mary herself, she was expecting. Mary's phantom pregnancy changed everything. Her Spanish husband Philip gradually withdrew, returning to Europe to handle urgent matters across the Habsburg territories. He departed England in September 1555, and made just one brief visit before Mary's death, signaling the quiet end of their union. Though Mary loved him deeply, Philip never reciprocated. Once it became evident there would be no heir, he left frustrated and humiliated, leaving Mary with deeper sadness. The disappointments continued. Mary's hope that England would enthusiastically rejoin the Catholic community under Rome's leadership unraveled. Instead of a grand reunion, the kingdom drifted further from European Catholicism. Political conflicts between Philip and Pope Paul V, particularly over military disputes in Italy, made the alliance Mary envisioned impossible. Her dream of a renewed Catholic England collapsed. By her late 30s, with no child and a husband long gone, Mary had to accept that Protestant Elizabeth would succeed her. This realization damaged her spirit and weakened her already poor health. As 1558 progressed, reports of her failing condition spread. She struggled with simple decisions, couldn't manage competing advisors, and lost control of her divided court. Growing numbers of nobles, sensing the inevitable, began looking toward Elizabeth's residence at Hatfield. Mary watched it all unfold, powerless to intervene. Barely 5 years after London welcomed her with cheers, Mary died on November 17, 1558, at age 42. Elizabeth, supported by her trusted advisor Robert Cecil, assumed power smoothly. It was the most orderly transition England had experienced in generations. Elizabeth would govern for the next 45 years. She rejected Philip's renewed marriage proposal, famously defeated the Spanish Armada, and led an era of remarkable cultural growth. Her reign witnessed an explosion in literature, printing and the arts, producing giants like Shakespeare, Donne, Marlowe, Sidney and Spenser. Unlike Mary, Elizabeth never married. Instead, she crafted an image of a self-sufficient monarch, turning what some considered a weakness into her greatest asset. She embraced her authority confidently and created a public persona, greater than any English ruler before her. Though often contrasted, Elizabeth built upon many of Mary's early reforms. Mary had already started improving finances, naval strength and overseas exploration. She had supported expeditions to new regions including Russia, the Baltic and North America, as well as northern sea routes. Elizabeth expanded these beginnings, forging her own reputation. But like her sister, she remained unmarried and childless. With her death, the Tudor dynasty ended. The crown then passed smoothly to her relative James VI of Scotland, who became England's first Stuart monarch. He ordered the sisters to be buried together at Westminster Abbey, but their shared tomb represents more than family ties. Both had travelled similar paths. Once royal daughters, then rejected, they overcame sibling rivalry and ruled in a male-dominated world. Each carried the burden of governing as a woman in a society unprepared for it. Mary had been the first to openly champion the concept of female monarchy, describing the Queen as a mother to her people, words that later resonated throughout Elizabeth's reign. Though Mary's rule remains controversial, she established the legal and political foundation for a woman to govern with the same authority as a man. Elizabeth benefited from that precedent, stepping into a role her sister had legitimized. Together, Mary and Elizabeth demonstrated that queens could lead with strength, wisdom and vision. Their success transformed England's perception of female leadership. Without them, it's probable that monarchs like Queen Victoria or Queen Elizabeth II would have faced greater opposition to their rule. Today, the concept of a female monarch seems ordinary, but that acceptance was established nearly 500 years ago by two remarkable sisters who reshaped the monarchy and created a legacy that continues to this day. During the Dark Ages, bitter cold seasons created huge challenges for ordinary people. Without modern heating, they used clever time-tested ways to survive freezing weather. These methods, perfected over many years, show their practical wisdom and deep understanding of their environment. Common practice involved building homes partly underground, about 2 to 3 feet deep, like shallow cellars. This method worked as natural heat control, keeping insides roughly 10 to 12 degrees warmer in winter than fully above-ground buildings, according to digs by researchers. Houses were purposely small, built to hold warmth well. Windows were tiny, no larger than someone's head, and roofs were low. These features mainly helped keep heat in rather than reflecting people's actual height back then. Construction materials were simple but effective. Walls were made of woven branches called wattle, covered with a mix of dirt, plant matter and animal droppings, daub. Surprisingly, this mix gave insulation almost equal to certain modern walls with basic protection, because the natural materials created a good heat barrier. Instead of fireplaces against walls, old-time houses usually had fire holes right in the center. These served many use heating, cooking and social gathering. Research of these fire holes showed they maintained indoor heat around 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit even during freezing outdoor temperatures, cool by today's standards, but enough for comfort. Every house part had specific uses. Beds were placed away from cold drafts. Roofs had certain slopes to clear snow without harming the dried grass covering. Buildings faced directions getting maximum sunlight. Smoke was cleverly channeled to create a protective warm layer which also protected roofs from rotting. In fact, the smoky atmosphere inside homes doubled how long grass roofs lasted. Regular upkeep included adding fresh mud layers, putting on extra grass and hanging cloth or animal hides on walls for more warmth. Villagers followed strict daily routines matched to weather conditions. The time between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. named high sun was the warmest and busiest time for group work. Records from the 1200s even mention fines for those skipping these shared duties. Sleep patterns were different too. Instead of one long night's rest, people slept in two parts, first after sunset, then waking around midnight for a couple hours before sleeping again until morning. Medical text from the 1300s actually recommended this split sleep as healthier. Food making centered around shared ovens heated around 11 a.m. Discovered remains show these ovens could make up to 100 bread loaves at once, while their heat could warm the village by 3 to 4 degrees, combining baking with heating the area. As weather got colder later in the day, jobs moved indoors. Villagers appointed frost watchers who used basic methods to decide when outside work should stop. Evening gatherings served both practical and social purposes, with body heat from gathered villagers raising room temperatures by nearly 5 to 6 degrees. For keeping food, medieval groups dug underground rooms that stayed at a steady 39 degrees year-round. Digs have found extensive networks of these spaces. One Yorkshire settlement had over 200, serving about 50 families. These storage rooms were carefully designed with separate areas for different foods, water drainage systems, air channels and moisture control using water-filled clay pots. Soil tests show moisture levels remained between 85 and 95%, ideal for keeping vegetables fresh for long periods. Root vegetables worked as simple temperature gauges in storage spaces. Frost appearing meant poor protection, while early sprouting indicated bad airflow. A manuscript from the 1200s listed more than 20 vegetable types ranked by cold sensitivity, creating a simple but reliable monitoring system. Dried grass was crucial for insulation, carefully placed around stored foods to create warmth buffer zones. Each layer helped reduce temperature changes by about 250. Records show advanced snowpacking techniques that kept steady temperatures between 34 and 37 for weeks after surrounding snow melted. Detailed records describe organized rotation plans for stored foods based on temperature changes, with punishments for families who ignored the procedures. Villagers even assigned people to regularly check the stored foods, a job many disliked but necessary for health. Medieval health experts suggested special diets for winter survival, recommending daily intake of 4,000 to 5,000 calories during coldest months. Similar to what athletes consume today, communities relied more on long-lasting preserved foods than fresh items. The basic winter meal was pottage, a thick stew kept simmering constantly for days or even weeks by regularly adding ingredients. Analysis of ancient cooking pots shows meals maintained for up to 3 weeks, with constant heat helping kill harmful germs. Property records suggest layering foods, underground vegetables at the bottom for lasting energy, beans in the middle as protein sources, and grains on top for quick energy. Study of preserved food remains shows this approach provided better nutrition balance than many modern diets. Fermentation was common. Grains turned into beer, fruits into wine, and vegetables into preserves. A late 13th century document describes a thick honeyed winter drink containing about 400 calories per pint. Lab testing of recreated medieval fermented foods shows beneficial bacteria levels up to 10 times higher than modern versions. Winter bread was dense and slightly fermented, very different from today's kind. Rough grinding accidentally kept bran and germ, making bread with fiber content exceeding modern daily recommendations by 3 days. Chemical testing shows medieval bread contained up to 40% more nutrients than today's whole grain products. Historical writings outlined specific meal times: a big morning portion for initial warmth, midday refilling, and smaller evening servings to maintain heat overnight. Research finds this pattern matches closely with modern understanding of body rhythms. Mid-100s evidence shows entire families, Sometimes 6 people shared wooden platforms covered with dried grass. Modern tests suggest this arrangement helps survival in freezing conditions, with combined body warmth raising the local temperature by about 7 to 9 Kelvin. Medieval sleepers rested half-sitting rather than lying flat, reducing exposure to cold air by roughly 30%. Legal records mention official sleep checkers who verified proper bed usage during severe cold, giving penalties for poor arrangements. Research shows clever layered bed designs, a packed grass foundation changed seasonally, a wool middle layer if available, and household fabric on top. These platforms were tilted at about 15 TIV to balance airflow and keep warmth. Modern tests show they stayed 11 to 13 TIV warmer than flat surfaces. Beds were positioned exactly 18 inches above the ground, with some homes placing them over animal quarters to gain extra heat. Family members switched sleeping positions throughout the night, putting the youngest and oldest in the warmest middle spots. Unlike today's habits, medieval winter clothes were purposely left unwashed to keep the natural oils in wool that repel moisture. Lab studies of preserved fabric show unwashed wool maintained 40% better water resistance compared to cleaned material. Medieval clothing typically had multiple wool layers, each treated uniquely for specific purposes. These layers trapped air pockets more effectively than many synthetic fabrics today. Research suggests that typical winter clothes from that era could preserve body warmth for up to 6 hours in freezing conditions. Surviving clothing from the 14th century shows evidence of 12 different moss types used as insulation. Each moss was chosen for its special qualities, some for their germ-fighting properties, others for their excellent ability to trap air. Court records from that time document arguments over access to prime moss gathering spots, showing how valuable these materials were. Outer clothes were treated with animal fats, mainly from sheep or deer, creating water-resistant barriers that could handle heavy rainfall for up to 4 hours. A waterproofing recipe dated 1295 details a mixture of pine resin and sheep fat, nearly identical in proportion to modern water-repellent formulas, staying effective for about 3 months before needing fresh application. The inner layers were often made from nettle fibers, providing moisture-wicking properties reaching up to 80% of what today's advanced fabrics achieve. Though less comfortable, they were highly useful. Medieval head coverings were designed with adjustable parts to be repositioned according to wind direction, reducing the chill effect by as much as 60%. Footwear with pointed tips minimized contact with the cold ground, cutting heat loss through the feet by roughly 25% compared to typical shoes of the period. Villagers regularly met in groups of 20 to 30 to work on clothing, using their combined body heat to warm the workspace. Documents note that these gatherings saved about 3 weeks' worth of firewood by raising indoor temperatures by 5 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. It was also normal to keep animals inside homes during winter. One cow alone could increase indoor temperatures by 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Typical households kept 3 to 4 cows alongside smaller animals. Studies show that strategic placement of animals could boost warmth by as much as 10 to 11 degrees, with these benefits lasting up to half a day. Specific areas within the home were assigned for different animals based on their heat output. Cows, the greatest heat sources, were kept near sleeping areas. Pigs, generating about half as much warmth as cows, stayed near food storage, while even chickens were valued for heating small spaces. Documents from the 100s compare heating ability: 1 cow equals the warmth of 4 sheep or 16 chickens. A ratio modern heat output measurements confirm within 5%. Animals also created special climates inside homes. Their body heat and breathing increased humidity levels to around 60%, preventing freezing and mold while protecting wooden structures and reducing breathing problems caused by dry air. Archaeological digs have revealed raised platforms and feeding areas arranged to maximize heat spread. One location shows how cow breath was directed toward family sleeping areas. Recreated airflow studies demonstrate these arrangements could raise effective temperatures by an additional 3 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. Historical accounts describe arguments over where to position animals for winter warmth, with formal assessments of each animal's heating value based on size, age, and health. Evaluations that modern research finds surprisingly accurate. Floors often combined dried grass and ash layers that absorbed animal waste and generated additional warmth through decomposition. Samples from preserved medieval homes suggest this system added about 2 degrees of warmth while producing natural disinfectants that helped prevent illness. These winter survival methods highlight how medieval common people developed a deep understanding of natural science and environmental management through generations of careful observation and innovation. Their combined use of housing design, community efforts, food storage, nutrition, sleeping arrangements, clothing and livestock care demonstrates impressive resourcefulness in facing harsh winters without modern technology. Many of these ancient techniques anticipated scientific principles only formally recognized centuries later. Some, like breathable insulation and passive heating, match the efficiency of today's best solutions. This comprehensive approach to winter survival stands as one of the most remarkable and often overlooked achievements of everyday medieval people. Often portrayed as a cherished royal figure, Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon's soft public persona masked a complex character. Known globally as the Queen Mother, she showed warmth publicly while privately displaying firmness and sometimes harshness, something Princess Diana would later experience firsthand. Born August 4, 1900, into a wealthy noble family as the ninth of 10 children, Elizabeth's father was so taken by her soft appearance that he gave her the middle name Angela. Yet beneath this softness was a strong sense of protocol. Once, after someone helped her after she fell, she scolded them for calling her dearie instead of ma'am, even teaching them proper pronunciation by comparing it to the word spam. While her family valued noble connections over education, Elizabeth showed remarkable intelligence. Her schoolwork received praise from teachers and she did well on tests. Her protected upbringing changed dramatically when World War I erupted on her birthday, throwing Britain into conflict with Germany. Initially too young to help with war efforts, she eventually saw its harsh reality up close. 4 brothers joined the military. Her oldest brother Fergus died in combat, and another was taken prisoner. The family converted their home, Glamis Castle, into a recovery centre for wounded soldiers, where Elizabeth showed sincere compassion while caring for injured men. After the war, Prince Albert, the younger heir to King George V, tried to win Elizabeth's affection. Their courtship was rocky. She rejected his first marriage proposal in 1921, finding him too shy and awkward. More importantly, she feared that joining royalty would sacrifice her independence and ability to live as she wished. Despite her rejections, Prince Albert remained persistent. When Elizabeth refused his second proposal, the prince asked his mother for help. Queen Mary met Elizabeth and was so impressed that she declared Elizabeth the perfect match for Bertie, Albert's nickname. While considering her options, Elizabeth reportedly flirted with Albert's aide, James Stuart, and possibly even with Albert's older brother Edward, the Prince of Wales. However, Edward, famous for his many romantic affairs, didn't seem to pursue her seriously. In January 1923, after nearly 2 years of courtship, Elizabeth accepted Albert's third proposal. The announcement disappointed many unmarried gentlemen across England. The couple married in April 1923 at Westminster Abbey. During the ceremony, Elizabeth placed her bridal bouquet on the tomb of the unknown warrior, as a heartfelt tribute to her fallen brother Fergus. As Duchess of York, Elizabeth quickly won public affection. Her devotion to her husband reportedly grew after their daughters were born. Princess Elizabeth, future Queen Elizabeth II, and Princess Margaret, born 4 years apart. When King George V died in January 1936, dramatic changes shook the monarchy. The crown passed to Elizabeth's brother-in-law Edward, whose playboy reputation raised doubts about his fitness to rule. Within months, Edward had abdicated to Tari Wallace Simpson, a divorced American, making Elizabeth's husband a new king, King George VI. Unlike fairy tale portrayals, Elizabeth reportedly resented this sudden elevation. She openly disliked Wallace Simpson, once coldly ignoring her at Balmoral Castle by stating, "I came to dine with the king." Privately, Elizabeth always called Simpson that woman, and refused to grant her the title Her Royal Highness even after her marriage to Edward. After their coronation, Elizabeth and King George VI described their positions as a burden of honor that nearly destroyed their private happiness. During World War II, Elizabeth stood as a symbol of British strength alongside her husband. After her mother, Lady Strathmore, died, she famously refused evacuation to Canada, declaring, "The children won't leave without me, I won't go without the king, and the king will never leave his country." However, her wartime visits caused some criticism. While touring bomb-damaged neighborhoods in London's East End, Elizabeth wore bright pastel outfits and fancy jackets. Many residents, enduring hardship and destruction, viewed her elegant clothes as insensitive. Some even expressed their frustration by shouting and throwing things at her. Surprisingly, Elizabeth never understood their hostility, believing she should present her best appearance to her people just as they would dress formally to see her. When bombs hit Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth remarked, "I'm glad we were bombed. Now I can face the people of the East End." Her impact during that time was so strong that Adolf Hitler allegedly called her Europe's most dangerous woman. Records suggest that Elizabeth held anti-Jewish views and supported efforts to appease Hitler before the war began. After World War II, Elizabeth adopted a more lavish lifestyle. She hosted grand parties at Windsor Castle where government officials played silly games within the historic halls. She reportedly enjoyed watching Eton boys being chased by hounds for entertainment. Behind her polished public image, Elizabeth consumed alcohol heavily daily, starting with Dubonnaire at noon, followed by red wine at lunch, port and martini before dinner, and champagne with her meal, enough to intoxicate much larger people. Her composed public manner wasn't always perfect. Occasionally less flattering traits emerged. During a 1947 tour of South Africa, she hit an approaching fan with her umbrella. Many accounts describe her looking down on ordinary citizens, behavior she justified as patriotism. According to her assistant, she often wondered why people wanted her to kiss their babies and would mockingly imitate voices of former household staff when they visited. Elizabeth opposed democratic voting in India and favored rule by the white minority in Rhodesia. Perhaps most shockingly, she once entered a reception for a Japanese prince loudly using a racial slur. In the early 1950s, King George VI's health worsened. After years of circulation problems, he was diagnosed with lung cancer in 1951. Surgery failed and he died in February 1952. Elizabeth lost both her husband and her role as queen consort. Grief-stricken, she withdrew to Scotland, vowing to abandon public duties forever. Only Winston Churchill's persuasion convinced her to resume royal responsibilities. Elizabeth never forgave Edward and Wallis Simpson, holding them responsible for her husband's early death. She believed that without the crown's pressures, Bertie might have lived longer. When the couple tried to attend King George's funeral, Elizabeth blocked them from entering, keeping her own brother from the service. Notably, she showed no tears at the funeral, maintaining her composure as a symbol of British resilience. As a widow at 51, Elizabeth secured her continued status by asking her daughter to call her Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, so people recognized her ongoing importance in the royal hierarchy. She maintained her costly lifestyle into old age. In 1998, the media revealed she had accumulated a stunning £4 million overdraft from extravagant spending. Unfazed, she attended horse races the very day the story broke, showing complete indifference to the scandal. Elizabeth lived to become one of history's longest-lived royals, celebrating her 100th birthday in 2000 across the Commonwealth. For the grand occasion, she insisted her cake's frosting include gin. During the 1980s marital troubles between Prince Charles and Princess Diana, Elizabeth grew to dislike Diana, once remarking, "Though she's young, she should have known better." As a traditionalist, Elizabeth believed Diana's actions and public image damaged the monarchy's standing. Some conspiracy theories surrounding Diana's death suggested palace involvement, fueled partly by Diana's own interview predicting her fate, though these remain unsubstantiated. Perhaps the darkest revelation emerged in 1987 when it was discovered that Elizabeth's nieces Catherine and Nerissa Bowes-Lyon, long believed dead, had actually been kept in a psychiatric hospital for decades. With the family's knowledge, investigations revealed they had developmental disabilities, not mental illness. Critics accused Elizabeth and her relatives of hiding them out of embarrassment and falsifying death certificates. Elizabeth denied awareness, blaming clerical errors, explanations many found hard to believe, especially when she claimed the mental weakness came from the other side of the family. Elizabeth also distanced herself from her nephew Timothy, who struggled with alcoholism. She never visited him and missed his wife's funeral after she took her own life following the death of their child. Elizabeth's great-niece. One of Elizabeth's notable contributions was supporting her husband through speech therapy for his stammer, a story later depicted in the film The King's Speech. She was known for her charm, famously shaking a stray dog's paw during an official function. Throughout her life, Elizabeth rarely spoke publicly. This earned her the nickname the Smiling Duchess due to her cheerful but quiet manner. During her husband's reign, she believed silence was a powerful royal strategy, calling it being completely oyster. Though she enjoyed an exceptionally long life, Elizabeth's final years showed increasing fragility. Concerned about her appearance, she arranged helicopter transportation between residences to avoid photographs of her in a wheelchair. She died peacefully on March 30, 2002 in her chambers at Windsor Castle. Mindful of her careful attention to public perception, Elizabeth's funeral arrangements reflected thoughtful detail. Her coffin was adorned with a wreath made of chamomile from her own garden, a flower she had requested be placed on the tomb of the unknown warrior, echoing a gesture she made on her wedding day nearly 80 years earlier. The story of Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon reveals a woman of remarkable complexity beneath her polished public image. Though she maintained widespread popularity throughout her long life, historical accounts show a more nuanced individual than her flawless reputation suggests. someone whose combination of strengths and flaws shaped her into one of the most enduring and influential figures in the history of the British royal family. Did country workers really have it so bad? The standard image of rural workers during the medieval period often focuses on constant hardship and starvation. But this common view deserves closer examination beyond typical narratives. Many think that village workers ate bugs and dirt to survive, but historical documents reveal a more complex picture. Their food wasn't fancy or diverse, but they weren't constantly starving either. The core of a rural worker's diet was grain-based food. Large amounts of bread made up most of their daily intake. Unlike our soft, light bread today, medieval loaves were rough, heavy and made from local grains. Common people ate barley and rye bread, while fine wheat bread went to the wealthy. A typical worker might consume between 450 to 900 grams of bread daily, roughly an entire modern loaf by themselves. Another important food item was grain porridge. It was cheap, filling and simple to prepare, just oats or barley with water. People also included garden-grown vegetables like beans, onions and root crops in their meals. These plants typically grew in small plots next to their homes. Meat was an occasional treat for field workers. It usually appeared during celebrations or religious festivals, perhaps 40-50 times yearly for the fortunate ones. Pork was most common because pigs needed little care and could forage in nearby woods. Those near water had access to fresh fish, while others relied on preserved fish, especially during church fasting days when meat was forbidden. Interestingly, poultry and eggs provided crucial protein when meat was unavailable. For drinks, clean water was often inaccessible, so fermented drinks were the safer option. Even children drank them. Records show adult men drank about 4 liters of ale daily. Medieval ale contained less alcohol than modern versions, though working field hands likely experienced mild intoxication, possibly explaining crooked furrows in their fields. Food preparation then took much longer than now. Women, who typically handled cooking, often spent hours daily making bread, from manually grinding grain, mixing dough, letting it rise, to baking it in shared ovens or over hot coals at home. This differs greatly from the quick meals we enjoy today. When harvests were good, this diet provided enough energy for demanding physical work. But a single poor yield could mean disaster. Bad weather or conflicts could cause severe food shortages. Food security was never guaranteed. Old stories tell of desperate measures during famines, like making flour from tree bark or boiling leather to extract nutrition. Seasonal cycles heavily influenced food availability. Late winter and early spring created a hunger gap when stored supplies dwindled and new crops weren't ready. Autumn after harvest was a time of plenty. One custom involved creating huge loaves after harvest, sometimes weighing over 18 kilograms. These large, basic meals sustained field workers through difficult times and exhausting labor. Though their grain-heavy diet might seem boring by today's standards, this simple food was the foundation of medieval society. Yet food was just one aspect of daily existence. Rural homes during the Middle Ages were far from comfortable. A typical field laborer's house was tiny by today's standards, usually just 1 or 2 rooms for the entire family. These weren't spacious dwellings with storage or bathrooms. Construction began with wooden frames from local trees, pine, oak, or elm. Whatever was available. Walls were mainly wattle and daub, meaning woven twigs covered with a mixture of soil, plants, animal dung and clay. This hardened material provided decent protection from cold winds. Floors were simply packed earth. People occasionally scattered plants on the ground, but these coverings quickly gathered dirt, food scraps and animal droppings. They were rarely replaced, making floors smelly and unpleasant. Roofs consisted of bundles of dried plants tied tightly together. A well-built straw roof might last up to 20 years if maintained, though they often harbored rats, insects and birds. Roofs typically had an opening at the top for smoke escape. Heating and cooking centered around an open fire in the main room. Most country houses lacked proper chimneys until the late Middle Ages, so smoke filled the upper parts of the house before drifting out through the roof opening or seeping through the straw. Openings allowing daylight were rare luxuries. Most houses had only narrow gaps, often covered by treated cloth, parchment or wooden shutters when weather worsened. Glass windows were uncommon, found mainly in churches or wealthy homes. Winter made living quarters more crowded as animals moved indoors with humans. Cattle, goats, chickens and pigs often shared the same room. This wasn't because people particularly liked animals, but out of necessity. The animals' body heat helped warm the dwelling, and keeping them inside prevented freezing or theft. Privacy was almost non-existent. Entire families slept together in one room, often squeezed into large straw-filled beds. Children might sleep near their parents' feet or on sections of the floor nearby. Small biting insects were an annoying but regular presence. Archaeological study of medieval dwellings shows that typical English country houses measured about 37 square meters, smaller than many modern small apartments. Families of 5 to 8 people crammed into these tight spaces. Storage required creativity. Ropes stretched across ceiling beams held drying herbs and smoked meats. Tools hung on walls. Every inch of space had a purpose. Nothing was wasted. These modest shelters offered only basic protection against elements and wild animals and needed constant maintenance. Money mattered in medieval villages too. Let's examine what a hard day's work actually bought for rural laborers. Most people worked the land, spending daylight hours plowing, sowing, harvesting and tending livestock. The work was exhausting and continuous, changing with the seasons. Spring required plowing and planting seeds. Summer was for maintenance. Autumn brought gathering, and winter was for repairing tools, making textiles and other indoor tasks. Those not farming found other jobs in trades like metalworking, carpentry, leatherwork and weaving. Women often brewed ale, baked bread or processed fibers alongside household duties. Children started contributing by age 7, either helping parents or learning crafts. In 14th century England, an unskilled worker typically earned 1 or 2 pennies daily. Skilled craftsmen, such as carpenters or blacksmiths, might make 3 or 4 pennies per day. At that time, a single penny held much more value than today. What could that money buy? A decent loaf cost about half a penny. A chicken was around 2 pennies. A gallon of ordinary ale went for 1 penny. Simple cloth for a shirt could cost 3 to 4 pennies. Rural workers often lived with little financial security. A poor harvest or unexpected expense could push families into debt or worse. Payment wasn't always in coins. Many workers received food, housing or land privileges as compensation. For example, a blacksmith might fix a farmer's tools in exchange for grain. Some workers put in extra days for their landlord instead of paying rent for their small homes. The concept of regular wages was still developing. Many farmers were legally bound to the land, working without wages but keeping a portion of their harvest after giving the landlord a required share. This arrangement meant social and economic position depended largely on birth. Documents from medieval England reveal fascinating details about payment. After the plague killed nearly half the population in the mid-14th century, workers were suddenly in high demand, and wages increased significantly, sometimes doubling or tripling. This shortage alarmed authorities so much that King Edward III created laws in 1351 to freeze wages at pre-plague levels. Like many such regulations, workers found ways around them. Court records show penalties for workers demanding higher pay than allowed. One Oxford builder received 5 pennies daily plus meals, an unusually generous compensation package. Though their homes provided only basic shelter and food barely met their needs, medieval farmers' earnings left little room for improvement. Surviving on such meager incomes was just one of many daily challenges. Unlike popular belief, medieval field workers did not work constantly without breaks. They actually had numerous free days, more than expected. Their work pattern centered around church observances. Sundays were rest days by church decree. Working on holy days risked severe penalties from both religious and civil authorities. This weekly pause allowed workers to attend services, rest and be with family. But Sundays were just the beginning. The medieval calendar included 40 to 50 church festivals and saint days annually when work was forbidden. Including Sundays, workers had about 1 day off for every 3 days worked. Major church celebrations often lasted several days. For instance, Christmas festivities continued 12 days, from December 25th to January 6th. During these periods, routine work completely stopped. What did farmers do with this unexpected leisure time? Group drinking was a primary pastime. Village taverns served as the social centers of medieval communities, where people gathered to exchange news, play music, join games, and drink plenty of homemade brews. Drinking songs from the Middle Ages may have been the earliest group performances, rough and enthusiastic, often with extra verses about farming life. Physical competitions were very popular too. Medieval football bore little resemblance to today's soccer. It was more like chaotic matches where entire villages competed to move objects between markers. Imagine a mix of soccer, rugby and a bar fight, without clear rules but with numerous injuries. With few regulations and no referees, these games frequently resulted in broken bones and cuts. Authorities often tried to ban them because of their violent nature, and because they distracted men from practicing archery, which was important for national defense. Wrestling was another favorite. Young men displayed their strength in these contests to win small prizes or gain respect in the village. Historical records indicate that accidental deaths during wrestling weren't uncommon. For gentler entertainment, farmers enjoyed musical performances and dancing. Traveling musicians were rare and special visitors, but many villages had talented locals playing flutes, drums, or stringed instruments. Simple circle dances were common during festivals, with people of all ages participating. Storytelling was central to winter evenings. Without electronic entertainment, oral traditions flourished. Tales of heroes, saints, monsters, and magic passed from generation to generation. The medieval version of binge-watching shows was an elder repeatedly telling familiar dragon stories with no option to skip ahead. These celebrations were more than just entertainment. They preserved cultural knowledge and practical wisdom. Interestingly, church documents complain about farmers skipping services to watch performances or games, suggesting that even in a time with few diversions, people still found ways to avoid required obligations in favor of entertainment. Seasonal festivals helped mark the year's progression. In spring, villagers held pole dances, decorating tall poles with colorful ribbons while dancing around them. Midsummer featured large bonfires that people jumped over for good luck. Harvest time brought farming competitions and community feasts where everyone shared food. Although historians once thought medieval farmers were constantly miserable, evidence from legal documents, church complaints, and archaeological discoveries tells a different story. These people worked extremely hard but also knew how to enjoy themselves when possible. These moments of relaxation and happiness gave small communities the resilience to face the harsh realities of medieval existence. The ability to pause work, celebrate with neighbors, and briefly forget hardships was essential. Yet once the festivities ended, they returned to a world filled with challenges requiring different kinds of courage. People often imagine medieval farmers as dirty and never bathing. Movies show them with rotting teeth and covered in mud, but reality differed considerably. Medieval settlements had hygiene practices. Public bathhouses existed in many towns until late in the Middle Ages. People understood that cleanliness was comfortable and helped prevent certain illnesses. Many homes had wooden tubs filled with heated water for washing. During warm seasons, rivers served as natural baths. The idea that medieval people completely avoided water isn't historically accurate. Dental care, though very different from modern methods, wasn't ignored. Without toothbrushes, people used rough cloths to clean their teeth, sometimes applying mixtures of herbs, salt, or crushed charcoal as basic toothpaste. Herbal mouth rinses made from sage and mint helped freshen breath. These efforts, while rudimentary, were genuine attempts at hygiene. Nevertheless, health problems were widespread. Without modern medicine, minor injuries could become deadly if infected. A simple farming cut might lead to blood poisoning. Poorly healed fractures often caused permanent disability. Illness was the greatest threat. The Black Death eliminated between 30 and 60% of Europe's population in the mid-14th century. However, common sicknesses claimed even more lives over time. Flu, typhoid, dysentery, and lung infections spread quickly in cramped living conditions. Childbirth was particularly dangerous. Many women died during or shortly after delivery due to infections. This partly explains the high birth rates of the Middle Ages. Sadly, not all children lived to adulthood. Records from English villages show that for every 5 babies born, only 2 or 3 survived past 10 years old. Medical treatments combined practical knowledge with beliefs we now consider incorrect. Headache remedies included willow bark tea, which contained natural pain relief alongside wearing special stones thought to heal but actually had no effect. Interestingly, some surgeons during the Middle Ages were quite skilled. They could align broken bones, remove bladder stones, and even perform basic eye operations for cataracts. Most of these procedures were conducted without effective pain relief, though sometimes alcohol or poppy-based medicines were used to reduce discomfort. A common misconception concerns lifespan in the Middle Ages. While it's true that the average age was around 30 to 40 years, this figure is misleading. High rates of infant and child mortality drastically lowered the average. Those who survived childhood often lived to 50 or 60 years old, which isn't dramatically different from times before antibiotics in more recent history. Archaeological excavations of old burial grounds reveal many medieval farmers suffered from joint problems, probably caused by years of hard labor. Tooth decay was common, but not mostly due to poor dental care. Instead, coarse bread wore down teeth, and with no dentistry available, any damage was permanent. The harsh reality of sickness, injury, and limited medical understanding meant medieval farmers faced ongoing health challenges. However, they also endured constant financial pressures. Compared to today, medieval taxes were far heavier. The system was complex and designed to extract as much as possible from people who had very little to spare. Farmers were under continuous financial pressure, mostly paying their lords. Few owned land outright. Most held land from nobles and paid through a combination of money, crops, and labor. These payments weren't fixed. Amounts fluctuated with harvest success, the lord's needs, or even the whims of the wealthy. Church taxes added to the burden mandatory contributions of 10% of all produce. This tithe included crops, animals, and goods, and wasn't optional or deductible. Church officials inspected harvests to ensure the full amount was given. Additional fees emerged regularly in farmers' lives. Using the Lord's mill for grinding grain required payment. Marriages came with charges. When someone died, a death gift tax meant the Lord took the deceased's best tool or animal. Some fees stemmed from unusual customs. In certain regions, farmers paid when their daughters married, essentially compensating lords for losing workers. Elsewhere, lords held first rights to purchase anything a farmer wanted to sell. Failing to pay could have serious consequences. Non-payers risked losing their land rights, being forced into extra labor, or even imprisonment. Debt wasn't just misfortune, it was viewed as a moral and legal violation. Medieval records reveal creative ways farmers met tax demands when money was scarce. One farmer in Yorkshire paid with homemade arrows, while a family in Normandy settled their debts by providing their lord with large cheeses every year for 7 years. The total tax burden was crushing. Studies of English medieval estates suggest farmers might surrender 20 to 30% of their produce through various payments. While that sounds similar to modern taxes, remember medieval farmers lived at subsistence levels. Losing even one egg to tax meant less food for their family. Tax collection periods created added anxiety. Most payments were due after harvest when crops could be sold. Bad harvests forced farmers to choose between feeding their family and meeting tax demands. Court documents show farmers used clever tactics to handle financial pressure. Some formed informal lending groups, others pursued crafts for extra income. Many negotiated payment terms or appealed to lords for leniency. Financial worries influenced every decision medieval farmers made, from what to plant to how many children to have. Still, despite all these hardships, they found ways to survive, sometimes prosper, and helped establish communities and traditions that influenced society for centuries to come. Prehistoric California: boats, shell money, and acorns. Prehistoric North America. Early California's landscape showcased tall mountains, dry zones, big water bodies, and long shorelines with nice weather. These same land features existed for native peoples before Europeans showed up. The varied terrains of California created amazing cultural variety. About 100 different indigenous groups lived there when Europeans first met them. Notably, despite living in different settings across California, many groups mainly ate one food type, acorns, which were plentiful because oak trees grew throughout the area. Some scholars think old California was a perfect place where farming wasn't needed, but this view might be wrong. Though growing crops and making pottery weren't done, turning acorns into edible food took lots of work. Signs show fights were common among early Californians, shown by many injured remains found. These groups had big populations led by smart chiefs and complex social orders. Many native markets used shell pieces as money, with big trading routes covering long distances. Early California was likely far from the simple basic life some thought. No proof exists of humans before Clovis in California. Such proof might be underwater near shores where early people walked or boated. Clovis folks are the first proven humans there, with few stone tools found near coastlines. Most signs appear inland at scattered, fairly small sites. Just 2 places show major Clovis-era action, near Lakes Borax and Tulare. Lake Borax sits in northwestern coastal California, encircled by mountains, thick woods, and many rivers. The shore is rough with many bluffs and few beaches. Various Clovis-tipped and special crescent-shaped tools have been found near Lake Borax. These crescent items appear throughout western North America, but especially in California, usually near water. Experts debate their use but think they were likely attached to wooden handles for hunting birds. Possible Clovis-era human remains exist at the Moston site in northwestern California, though their age is questioned, with most experts dating them to about 6,300 years ago. Lake Tulare, one of western North America's biggest freshwater spots, sits in the San Joaquin Valley in the southern Central Valley. Several Clovis items have been found on its southwestern edges, thought to hold the greatest amount of pointed tools in North America. The middle coast has low mountains, oak woods, and mixed shorelines. The southern coast, with far islands, mainly consists of a large coastal plain, oak forests, and sandy shores. Many Clovis-era spots appear along middle and southern California coasts and islands. These groups likely used boats and ate seafoods including shellfish, fish, and sea animals. Solid proof of their actions probably lies underwater, covered when world sea levels rose after the last ice age. Along middle California's coast at Cross Creek, researchers found a big shell pile, thrown away shells left by early dwellers, the biggest known along western North America's main coastline, dating to 10,350 to 9,700 years ago. The spot also had grinding tools used for food prep, suggesting small seed use happened much earlier than the widely accepted date of 8,500 years ago. Many experts see Cross Creek as clear proof of early Americans entering the land's inside through a coastal path, separate from the inland route through Beringia that Clovis ancestors might have taken. At Diablo Canyon, more proof exists of coastal groups, with shellfish and fish eating dating to 9,300 to 8,900 years ago. South of today's Santa Barbara, many sites show marine food use. Some of the most interesting spots exist on the North Channel Islands, as these folks needed good boating skills. The oldest site, Daisy Cave on San Miguel Island, shows human living dating to 12,000 years ago based on tossed shells. Human remains found there, called Arlington Man, date to about 9,700 years ago. Researchers found proof of much fishing with 18 different fish types caught, strongly suggesting boat use. Sandal pieces and cords made from seagrass found on the island look like those made by known native groups, like the Chumash, backing ideas that Chumash ancestors lived in the area since at least the early Holocene time. The Eel Point site on San Clemente Island has a big shell pile dating to about 10,000 years ago. Importantly, the oldest proof of boat building also appears at Eel Point, dating to about 8,000 years ago. Along Southern California's coast below today's Los Angeles, early human proof comes from the Harris site. Similar items found throughout Southern California belong to the Western stemmed style. As the Holocene time began around 11,700 years ago, with drier, warmer weather, Inner California saw Clovis culture change into the Western stemmed style. These stone tools have crescents, big stems and special points, dating between 10,000 and 9,000 years ago. Toward the Pleistocene's end, many groups fully used the many lakes once present in western North America, using stemmed points and basing their diet on wetland plants, fish, freshwater shellfish, and small game. Signs show trips into the Colorado Desert for hunting and seasonal plant gathering. By 8,500 years ago, the inside became drier, and many lakes vanished except for lasting bodies like Lake Tulare. California's eastern edge features the Sierra Nevada and Cascade mountain ranges. The Sierra Nevada is mostly bedrock with wide foothills westward and steep slopes eastward. Most rain falls in the foothills and rivers flowing into the Central Valley. The Cascades, though shorter than the Sierra Nevada, have many nearby rivers also flowing into the Central Valley. Little proof exists of human living in the Sierra Nevada during late Pleistocene and early Holocene times. One exception is the Skyrocket site in the Sierra Nevada foothills, 40 miles east of today's Stockton. The oldest items date to 9,400 to 9,700 years ago, including stemmed and side-notched points. Many grinding tools found show the earliest known in the area, telling of early Americans moving away from wandering Clovis-type ways. During the early Holocene, around 9,000 years ago, warming weather forever changed California's plants and animals, changing human behaviors region-wide. Grinding tools spread throughout the area while stemmed projectile points gave way to side-notched designs. Along Southern California's coast, researchers found scrapers and chopping tools but few stone points or cut animal remains, showing an set-gathering survival system with dropping stone point making and hunting. In Northern California during early Holocene, many stemmed stone points, crescents, blade tools, and grinding items appeared near Lake Borax. These groups based their survival on hunting, gathering, and seed collection. In Southern California, the Encinitas style ruled, working hard seeds while also doing hunting, bird capture, fishing, and coastal shellfish collection. Channel Islands differed a lot from the mainland. On North Channel Islands, sites dating to 8,000 to 6,500 years ago had few grinding tools but many digging sticks, likely used for pulling tubers, though seafood stayed the main focus. San Clemente Island had a major living place between 8,900 to 5,500 years ago, where 18 large home structures built from whale bones show set fishing groups during the early Holocene. Few humans lived in California's inner areas. Places as big as the Cascade Range, Sacramento Valley, and southern San Joaquin Valley showed small living. These valleys form the Central Valley placed between the Sierra Cascade Ranges and coastal mountains. stretching about 450 miles long and 40 to 60 miles wide. Rivers from the Cascade Mountains and northern Sierras drain into the Sacramento Valley and south-flowing Sacramento River, while rivers from middle and southern Sierra Mountains drain into the San Joaquin Valley and north-flowing San Joaquin River. Around 7,000 years ago, weather began cooling, along with ocean temps. During mid-Holocene, mortar and pestle tools appeared across California used for turning acorns into food. This tool spread shows wide use of acorns as a main food for many cultures. Proof backing this growth includes medium to heavy tooth wear on most human remains found in old California dating after 5,000 years ago. Since stone tools leave tiny bits in worked acorns, these slowly wear teeth despite being hard to spot when eating. Still, things got better, leading to more people and fancier social and political systems. Many native Californian meals centered on acorns. California had about 15 different acorn-making oak types. While acorns grew a lot throughout the region and could be easily picked during fall and kept for later eating, women in groups spent much time and energy gathering and working them. Though work-heavy, processed acorns gave big food value. Daily acorn work involved first taking the nut from its shell using a mortar, crushing it into powder, then soaking in water to remove tannins, finally making edible gruel or bread eaten alone or with added foods. By about 5,000 years ago, sea levels mostly steadied. Sandy beaches formed along California's shoreline, with river mouths, mudflats and marshes, making coastal areas better for living. Groups could set up in many coastal spots without worries about floods and erosion. Despite using acorns as a meal staple, hunting grew and diets became more mixed than ever before. Shellfish picking and sea animal hunting became more common along the coast, while salmon fishing grew on inland rivers. Sites from this time increased a lot in number and size compared to earlier times. Northern California's thick forests and rough coastlines made living hard, pushing groups to focus on acorns and salmon. Along the middle coast during mid-Holocene, mortar and pestle use saw big growth as people likely shifted from moving coastal searching to more fixed lives based on acorns and hunting. Where the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers meet stands western North America's largest river mouth system, flowing into San Francisco Bay. In this area, around 5,500 years ago, shellfish eating increased greatly, shown by big piles. These spots contain mixes of shells, ash, rock, soil, human burials and few items. Some researchers think these shell hills weren't just trash heaps but maybe landmarks serving as graves, burial grounds and perhaps border marks for living places. Between 6,500 to 5,500 years ago, sites across California dropped a lot, suggesting fewer people during a warming time. Around 5,800 years ago, shellfish types dropped a lot, showing shrinking river mouths and bays. Several hundred years later, shells suited to sandy beach settings increased as weather cooled and became wetter. During mid-Holocene along the Santa Barbara coast, human living sites increased alongside action strength, suggesting more people. As elsewhere in California, acorns became the meal staple alongside fishing. Sea animals were hunted too, showing boat building. Near mid-Holocene's end, around 3,000 years ago, groups along the Santa Barbara coast grew more. Job focus increased, mainly regarding acorn and bread making, maybe adding to social complexity. During mid-Holocene in the Sacramento Valley, human action increased greatly, mainly regarding acorn and salmon eating. By 5,000 years ago, mortars and pestles either appeared or spread. Around 2,500 years ago, Hokan groups lived in the northern Sierra Nevada foothills, while Panuchian groups spread into the valley, making large villages. Fancy burial ways show 85% of graves having grave goods, with men often buried in separate areas and deep graves filled with items, while children and women got such treatment sometimes. Fighting seems to have been common, as many remains show head and arm breaks with arrow points stuck in bones. Lone skulls found with remains might be war prizes. Many items made from human bone have also been found. During mid-Holocene in the San Joaquin Valley, a mixed way likely existed. Panuchian Yokuts groups probably moved from the north around 3,500 years ago, pushing out Hokan groups or perhaps northern Uto-Aztecan groups between about 5,000 to 1,500 years ago. During mid-Holocene in the Cascade and northern Sierra areas was the Martis style. These people used basalt for flaked stone tools and grinding items. Much seed working and gathering happened in the area. Abstract rock art from the Middle Sierra area grew during this time. East of the coastal mountains in Southern California lies the vast Colorado Desert, marked by dryness, low height and sparse plants. Mid-Holocene dwellers were likely general hunter-gatherers. The only well-known site is the Indian Hill Rock Shelter, whose earliest use begins around 4,000 years ago. The shelter had many items and rock-lined storage holes, likely working as a hunting camp around 3,000 years ago. During late Holocene, acorn use grew, reaching throughout California. More people led to more complex social and political groups. Many bands met by Europeans upon arrival likely started during this time. Several groups grew quite complex structures, with many scholars grouping them as chiefdom-level societies. Big game, seeds and shellfish became scarcer while acorns stayed plentiful, though work-heavy to process. More work was needed in these bigger groups to get enough food. Across northern California, early late Holocene 2,500 years ago was marked by a hunting-gathering culture called the Berkeley pattern. Political complexity and more people grew alongside fancy trade networks. Set villages might have first formed along rivers during this time. Around 1,500 years ago, bone arrows appeared. Shell beads began working as money and area borders became key. In the San Francisco Bay Area around 2,600 years ago, at the Emeryville Shell Mound, sea otter hunting became key to survival, with bows and arrows likely seeing much use. During late Holocene along the middle coast, acorns, land hunting and fishing became more important than sea animal hunting and shellfish gathering. Around 2,600 years ago, grooved net weights and fish hooks appeared, allowing open water fishing. During late Holocene, the Santa Barbara area became very lively. Between about 2,600–600 years ago, shell bead making for money increased greatly, showing greater social and political complexity. Around 1,500 years ago, more set villages grew, with home and group structures. By about 700 years ago, this became the main living pattern. Mainland island contact and trade increased after about 1,500 years ago, alongside more though often non-deadly fights between groups. Around 850 years ago, shell bead making grew while boats became important. Job focus emerged and social layers became more clear. When Europeans arrived, Chumash people lived in much of the Santa Barbara coast and North Channel Islands. Researchers think they may have lived in the area for at least 9,000 years. At meeting, Chumash formed into small but complex chiefdoms with systems based on shell bead money and large set villages passing 1,000 dwellers. They used plank boats for trade between islands and mainland, with elite folks running these boats showing a key power part. Southern California coastal groups outside the Santa Barbara area likely didn't form chiefdoms, though their social complexity still grew over time. Late Holocene trade in Southern California was strong, with goods moving between the Southwest and Mojave Desert. A big regional event, including the northern Colorado Desert, was the arrival of take-itch groups around 3,500 years ago, likely coming from areas north of today's Los Angeles. They moved south, living in coastal Southern California, the South Channel Islands, and northern San Diego County. Take-it peoples brought new ways doing burial customs, living patterns, and food strategies differently from past dwellers. Sea resource use dropped, though fishing became more key. In the Sierra Nevada during late Holocene, acorn use grew as elsewhere in California. Groups expanded a lot and corner-notched points appeared. Big set villages grew along major rivers. Trade expanded greatly, with obsidian moving westward from eastern Sierras while shells moved eastward from the coast. Around 1,500 years ago, warming and drying trends began in the Sierra Nevada. Groups likely shrank, with mountains used only seasonally. However, about 700 years ago, cooler and wetter states returned, allowing set mountain living using acorn-based food. Many large villages appeared along major rivers, with houses built in pits, sometimes placed in pairs. Many burial and burning sites have been found. When Europeans arrived, these groups started quick trade, though their numbers dropped greatly from brought diseases. Some researchers suggest that large, complex native groups grew in response to handling big European trade goods. During late Holocene in the Central Valley, people increased and large villages formed. Resource use grew, and cultures became more fancy. In the Sacramento Valley, two groups lived in large valley floor villages. Their living places created big shell piles and house pits, with food focusing on acorns and fish. In nearby upland areas lived possible Hokan peoples in small villages, with less special social and food systems, though still acorn-centered. Overall, acorn and small animal use grew while big game and fish focus dropped, showing population pressures leading to resource fighting and less moving, making smaller areas. Many late Holocene burials suggest fights over shrinking resources, though pottery stays rare in old California. A group in the lower Sacramento Valley made pottery over a long time. Their products appear at several sites called the Consumese brownware style by scholars. Many large villages formed throughout the valley, had fancy ceremonies and complex trade-driven systems. Shell bead money gained use and social and political complexity grew. Sadly, these growths stopped shortly after European contact and later diseases. Around 1500 years ago, the Colorado Desert's people expanded. Starting about 1300 years ago, farming groups along the Colorado River began affecting desert bands. After about 1000 years ago, several cultural parts including pottery, small triangular points, and burning ways appeared in the Colorado Desert, either through cultural sharing or moving. Regardless, big trade routes grew between Imperial Valley and Colorado River areas. A key Colorado Desert feature was the regular forming of a huge lake. Over the past 15,000 years, the Colorado River sometimes changed course, flowing into Imperial Valley and making a massive lake named Lake Cahuilla by scholars. Once the river reset its first course, Lake Cahuilla would dry up and vanish. In recent thousands of years, Lake Cahuilla appeared and vanished about 3 to 4 times, most recently between 800–500 years ago. Throughout this time, humans adapted to the lake's short-term nature. When present, the lake gave a steady food base with plenty of fish, water birds, and marsh plants supporting big groups in set lakeside villages and short-term camps. After lake lowering, bands might have gathered around lasting springs with foodways shifting from water to land resources, raising nearby upland use and people movements westward and eastward. New digs and fresh studies suggest seasonal food patterns, showing lakeside spots may not have been always lived in. At European contact about 400 years ago, an estimated 500,000–700,000 people lived in California. Sadly, sicknesses and fights with European settlers killed most of them, with Spanish, Mexican and finally American rule testing and ultimately destroying their old ways of life. Picture yourself rising from sleep in the 1300s. A time of sickness, strange legal customs and tasteless food. Let's look at what daily life truly was like during medieval times. Forget myths about brave knights, because lasting even a single day back then, quite unlikely. But before we get into the harsh details, think about clicking that like button and subscribing if this catches your interest. And do drop a comment sharing where you're viewing from and what hour it is there. It's wonderful to see our worldwide viewers. Now, lower your lights, maybe switch on some ambient sounds, and get ready to drift into a very different kind of bedtime story. Well done, you've just opened your eyes in the year 1325. The good news, you're still alive. The bad news, so are the bugs living on you. Your mattress is just a flattened sack of old hay, partly decayed, filled with insects and giving off barn odors because it once was barn material. Memory foam, completely unheard of. Your blanket is one rough wool covering untouched by cleansing for about a year, now weighty enough to be considered livestock. A far-off ringing wakes you, that's the church bell, the medieval version of your phone alarm, but more critical and without a delay option. Your home, a single-room wooden building without window glass, wall padding or alone time shared with your parents, siblings, neighbors, birds, and countless bugs. And the smell, think stale drinks, musty sweat, farm animals and faint dampness you try to ignore. No scent sprays, no perfume sticks, just natural odor. As you try to stretch, the cold hits your skin and your joints crack loudly. You're only 22, practically old in those times. Your back snaps like aged wood and your knees sound like small stones moving. Getting up requires whole body effort. The ground below, either wet from rain leaking through your damaged roof, or hardened with strange remains from someone's wandering hen. Barefoot always. Personal space, non-existent. You're waking pressed between relatives and at least one unwelcome guest who never left. Privacy dividers. What privacy dividers? Life is a group activity from the moment your eyes open. Welcome to morning in medieval Europe, where being alone is impossible, mainly due to lice, rats and 9 family members breathing toward you. And this is just the start of your day. Somehow you've managed to rise from bed. Good job. But now, your body demands relief. Loudly. And here's where you'll begin wishing for modern pipes. No white fixtures, no water flush, no toilet paper, and certainly no room spray. In 1325, using the toilet was more struggle than ease. For regular folks, the facilities likely consisted of an old wooden pail out back, which sadly is already full because neighbor Stanley had doubtful vegetable mix. The odor, end of world level. You hold your nose, do your business, and then surprise, you throw it onto the road. Yes, the actual road. There's even a warning call, something like Gardy Loo, which is medieval talk for watch out. Not that anyone ever steps aside quickly enough. The roads aren't well paved. They're open sewers filled with human waste, animal droppings and strange puddles you'll certainly want to avoid. And if by some luck you live somewhere with public toilets, congratulations, you now get to sit on a plank beside a stranger in a shed where personal limits are silly and the smell is extreme. You can try talking but perhaps avoid deep breaths. Toilet paper, that luxury didn't exist. People cleaned themselves with whatever was handy: dry grass, cloth pieces, handfuls of leaves, moss, or if really treating themselves, a bit of wool. Often they used absolutely nothing. No wonder handshakes weren't exactly fashionable then. Living in a castle didn't necessarily improve bathroom conditions either. Instead of an outhouse you might have a garderobe, basically a hole in the wall emptying directly into the ditch below. Sounds smart until you realize that attackers could and sometimes did climb in through that very opening. Yes, enemies literally climbed through the waste hole. So whether working fields or living in a manor, bathroom visits were less about relief and more about endurance. It was cold, dirty, and far from private. On July 13, 1954, at 47 years age, Frida died in birthplace Blue House in Coyoacan. Official reason listed lung blood clot, but close friends mentioned something deeper. She had been sick, certainly, but also worn out by pain, operations, and long fight with body. Just days before, she had joined political protest against CIA Guatemala coup. Weak and wheelchair-bound, she insisted joining, fist raised boldly. Revolution became final breath. Her last diary words were short, yet deeply moving. "May leaving be happy," she wrote, "and never allow return." Frida's goodbye ceremony happened inside Mexico's artistic crown jewel, Palacio de Bellas Artes. Covered with Mexican Communist Party's red flag, her body was circled by loved ones, artists, family, friends, and fellow rebels. Diego Rivera was heartbroken. He described her as life's deepest love despite affairs nearly ruining her, yet later events proved amazing. Frida Kahlo refused historical obscurity. At first only art lovers mentioned her name with quiet admiration. Critics struggled, sorting her too extreme for dream art, too abstract for classic styles. But slowly her presence grew, through 1970s and 1980s, as women's rights supporters found long-hidden voices. Frida's rose strongly. She became more than mere artist, becoming symbol. Survivor changing pain into beauty. Rebel painting through resistance. Proudly Mexican soul, never saying sorry for heritage. Light for queer community, disabled individuals, outsiders everywhere. Her unique look, joined eyebrows, straight gaze, flower-topped head, became famous. Her house became museum. Her personal journals became valued items. Today her artwork hangs in globally respected galleries. Frida spent much lifetime overshadowed by Diego, but after death she took center stage. Her impact goes beyond mere art. It gives reflection, one challenging viewers not with pity but boldness. Now her image appears everywhere. On clothing, walls, small statues, internet jokes and posters. People recognize flowers, gaze, eyebrows, but deeper meaning truly matters. Frida never sought smoothness. She ignored expectations. She disregarded rules. In perfection-obsessed world she offered something real, something human. She embraced uniqueness, damaged body, fluid identity, political passion, changing them into lasting masterpieces. Crossing borders, she became legendary, not merely for painting but living by personal terms. For LGBTQ+ community, she stands as groundbreaking bisexual icon, refusing hiding. For women she shows fierce reminder that approval isn't needed for power. For disabled creators, she proves art coming from suffering. For her nation she represents national treasure, bold, traditional, always burning. Her pictures, once dismissed as too unusual or emotional, now receive masterpiece recognition. Paintings including the two Fridas, self-portrait with thorn necklace and hummingbird, and the broken column don't merely hang, they speak with anyone experiencing pain, needing meaningful change. She lived at society's edge and changed that margin into spotlight. She contained contradiction, communist wearing gold, betrayed heart still loving, broken body housing unbreakable spirit. And she never stopped painting, not merely with brushes but with boldness. Frida Kahlo never planned becoming symbol. She simply showed truth, and consequently gave voice to countless others previously unseen artistically. So today, seeing her image, we look beyond famous face, we recognize courage. We see beauty. We witness defiance. Frida hasn't vanished. She's eternal. One wrong step on slick stone and you'd nosedive into human waste. And the worst part, you haven't even brushed your teeth yet. But we'll cover that later. For now, congratulations, you've endured medieval sanitation. Time to eat, right? Don't get excited. This is the Middle Ages. Warm, satisfying meals are made up. Breakfast was sad. No perfectly cooked eggs, no creamy coffee drinks, and definitely no trendy avocado toast. Instead, you'd sit beside a smoky hearth and eat from a bowl of greyish mush. That's your daily portion of pottage, a thick mixture made from leftovers, grains, root vegetables and if lucky, perhaps a bean or two. It never got completely emptied, just continuously topped up. Imagine a never-ending stew of whatever was available. Accompanying it, a piece of bread so hard it could serve as a weapon. Made from barley or rye, sometimes mixed with odd fillers like acorns or sawdust. Don't even think about slicing it, you basically had to wrestle it into submission. As for drinks, fruit juice wasn't available. Water was dirty and dangerous to drink. So instead, everyone, including children, drank ale. Not the pleasant, bubbly kind, but weak beer brewed specifically to avoid killing you. It was the safer option, though nobody actually enjoyed it. Want some cheese or meat? Keep dreaming. Those were saved for special occasions if you were fortunate. Most people saw meat perhaps a few times yearly. Fresh produce only appeared when it happened to grow nearby, and most became wine or vinegar. Spices, forget it, a pinch of pepper could cost more than your monthly earnings. Salt was so valuable it was often kept under lock. So you'd chew that tough bread, sip your morning ale and try not to notice the rat that possibly visited your pot overnight. Breakfast wasn't nourishing, it was just something that happened before labor. And now that you're operating on minimal sustenance, it's time to work yourself to exhaustion. After all, survival waited for no one. Next, getting dressed. Not that it offered much variety. Your entire wardrobe consisted of one outfit. That's all. One. Typically a scratchy wool tunic or coarse linen shift that had endured too many seasons. Fashion didn't evolve, clothes simply deteriorated over time. If fortunate, you had a linen layer underneath. If not, wool directly against your skin, day after day, chafing with every movement. And forget undergarments. Those were optional. Whoever made your clothes probably lacked basic sewing skills, and without laundry detergent or washing machines, the fabric was stiff, stained, and smelled like midsummer in a barn. Washing anything was laborious, hauling water from a stream, heating it, scrubbing your garment with ash or soap made from animal fat, and hoping for sunshine so it could dry. And footwear, don't even ask. If you owned a pair, they were basically stitched leather pouches offering about as much protection as paper. Most people walked barefoot through mud, animal waste, sharp stones and disease-ridden puddles. The bottom line, everything was uncomfortable. And if you're not eating, don't worry. Medieval Europe already had a solution. You get replaced. That's it. Grab your rusty farming tool, ignore your bleeding hands, and continue working. Because back then, employment wasn't about advancement. It was a prolonged test of how much misery you could endure before collapsing. Once your back feels splintered from working the fields, let's discuss everyone's favorite daily surprise, weather. Because back then, it wasn't really about seasons, it was just the sky tormenting you year-round. Let's begin with winter. No cozy rooms. No heating systems. No weather stripping on doors. You inhabited a shack with wooden planks featuring enough gaps to play peekaboo with the outdoors. No glass in windows either, just fabric fluttering in the wind. The fire crackling in the corner sounds pleasant, but you're out of firewood and cutting trees is a luxury, sometimes even illegal. Yes, imprisonment or worse for collecting branches. So you bundle in your damp wool shirt, huddle by the dying embers, and still wake with frost on your eyelashes. Your toes feel like cold stones, your fingers won't bend, and your skin might crack. No doctor to diagnose frostbite, it's just called misfortune. Fast forward to summer. Surely conditions improve. Nope. Now your tiny home becomes an earthen oven. No ventilation, no cooling, no relief. You're perspiring heavily but can't remove layers unless you want public shame, sunburn or insect attacks. The fly everywhere. They love your sweaty body and the leftover meat stew fouling the corner. At night, mosquitoes buzz while you're trying to ignore a crying infant or intoxicated neighbor. The daytime sun roasts you like meat on a stick, and you must keep working. No sunscreen, no shade, unless you've become a walking haystack with an improvised hat. If you collapse from heat, people just remark you're having a difficult day, so you're either freezing in your moldy dwelling wondering if your feet still exist, or baking in the sun while your thighs become sandpaper. And guess what? Your clothes still irritate, your food remains disappointing, and your next chore always awaits. That's medieval climate control for you, meaning absolutely none. Thirsty? Need to rinse off? Think again. Water in the Middle Ages isn't refreshment, it's danger. Let's consider what you drink. That little stream nearby, sure, it resembles a peaceful fairy tale brook, but upstream someone probably just emptied waste into it. If not, a decaying animal might be floating past. Every swallow is gambling with germs, parasites and whatever else medieval science hadn't yet discovered. That's why they drank beer. Yes, children too. But before imagining tiny party-goers, it was weak beer, barely alcoholic but enough to make it less deadly than pond water. Brewing meant boiling, and boiling meant fewer stomach ailments. If wealthy, you drank wine, but that usually meant being tipsy before midday. As for bathing, technically yes, water could be used for washing, but most people didn't. They believed scrubbing your body actually increased vulnerability, like diseases would enter through open pores. So cleanliness meant leaving grime undisturbed. Dirt was your protection. Public bathhouses existed, but quickly became venues for gossip, affairs and nocturnal activities. That displeased the church, so many closed, and even wanting to bathe required significant effort. Fetching water, heating it and trying not to freeze while doing so, most simply skipped it. You needed to carry water from a well, heat it over open flame and pour it into a wooden tub that inevitably leaked. Then hope nobody else used it before you, or worse, after you. Rainwater collected in open barrels where birds left droppings, insects multiplied and moss flourished unchecked. Hardly sounds refreshing, right? Whether for drinking, washing or irrigating crops, water in medieval times presented more risk than necessity. Take one wrong sip and you might find yourself dying slowly on a straw mattress, clutching your stomach and regretting every decision. So next time you enjoy clean tap water, remember those who lived when hydration meant danger. They either drank the water or perhaps not. Maybe they just injured their toe on a disappointment-shaped rock. Either way, illness was practically guaranteed. You'd need medical assistance. Unfortunately, if you lived then, because medicine essentially combined polite torture with religious ceremonies. Let's discuss diagnosis. Whatever troubled you, cough, rash, broken bone or even plague, was attributed to imbalanced humors. These humors were blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. Medieval physicians believed health meant maintaining equilibrium among these four fluids, like some strange internal mixture. Running a fever, too much blood, the solution bloodletting. Yes, draining your vital fluid with a dull knife or leech was standard procedure. Often, barbers doubled as doctors. Imagine getting a haircut and bloodletting simultaneously. Two treatments at once. Feeling depressed or anxious. That was definitely excess black bile. The remedy: laxatives, warm herbal cleansings or prayers with cold compresses while family quietly prepares your funeral. Breaking bones or suffering serious wounds, major trouble. There was no anesthesia, unless fainting from pain counts, and surgeries used rusty instruments, often unchanged since the Crusades. Tools were heated not for sterilization but intimidation. Antibiotics wouldn't arrive for centuries and germ theory remained unknown. People believed illness came from bad odors or divine punishment for sins. Stomach pain, blame impure thoughts. Prepare for confession while vomiting. If conditions worsened, treatment meant more leeches, crushed insects, and a priest reciting last rites. By then, death was considered the likeliest cure. Somehow surviving meant divine mercy. The doctor claimed credit, and the leech earned promotion. So yes, medieval medicine was less about healing and more about enduring treatment. After battling parasites, exhaustion and bloodletting all day, finally time to eat. You'd trudge home, stomach growling, anticipating your one pleasure, a warm meal. Bad news, your food was probably hazardous. Food preservation barely existed, no refrigeration, just salt, smoke or hoping cold air prevented spoilage. If lucky, your meat had been hanging for days, attracting flies, soaking in questionable brine and possibly shared with rodents. Bread was staple food, but even that could be dangerous. During hard years, peasants stretched it with bark, sawdust or even clay. During rye season, beware ergot, a fungus causing convulsions, hallucinations and sometimes death. Essentially, bread mixed with hallucinogens and tetanus. Vegetables, only when in season. And one vegetable always available, turnips, boiled, mashed or floating in pottage, which, remember, was mysterious stew simmering since your great-grandfather's funeral. Fruit appeared autumn but quickly rotted. Sugar was scarce and expensive, hoarded by wealthy to display blackened teeth. Dairy was another gamble. Fresh milk spoiled within hours, while butter and cheese lasted lager, but contained numerous bacteria. People ate whatever was available, because honestly the alternative was chewing worn-out leather boots. Regarding seasoning, spices like pepper, cinnamon and nutmeg were scarcer than treasure. For common people, flavor came from onions, perhaps salt if fortunate, and considerable suffering. Most meals tasted like damp burlap sprinkled with despair. But food wasn't merely survival, it was political. Hunting deer or rabbits. That right belonged to landowners, not you. Caught poaching, punishment could be heavy fines, imprisonment or execution. Yes, dinner could literally hang you, so sitting down to that bland grey stew by flickering firelight, know that every mouthful was gambling. Yet you ate because in medieval times, food wasn't just sustenance, it tested your fortune. Night falls, you've laboured, persevered and barely digested questionable food. You might think it's relaxation time, but wait, God's watching. So is the priest and Agnes next door who'll readily report if you skip worship. Religion wasn't part of medieval life, it was life itself. The church controlled everything, your schedule, laws, education, literacy, birth, marriage, death, everything. Consider the church your spiritual landlord, always collecting overdue rent. Each day followed prayer bells, morning, noon, night. Not because people forgot, but because missing prayers was sinful. Forget to bow, sin. Eat meat Friday, sin. Fantasize about neighbor's spouse, double sin. And hell, terrifyingly real. Priests vividly described fiery rivers, boiling blood lakes, demons with pitchforks and endless screaming. If plague wasn't frightening, eternal damnation certainly was. You couldn't read scripture yourself because Latin was exclusively known by monks, priests and rare noble children. You depended entirely on church explanations, meaning if priests blamed poor harvests on inadequate prayers, you simply prayed harder. Tithes, 1/10 of everything owned, were mandatory. Wheat, give wheat. Chickens, eggs, nothing at all. Congratulations, spiritually bankrupt and financially doomed. Holidays meant holy days, numerous ones. Though providing respite from hard labor, they weren't relaxing. Instead, attending mass, fasting, confessing sins, and remembering happiness remained unaffordable luxury. Questioning church authority was dangerous. Heretics burned, witches drowned, blasphemers flogged, and skeptics promptly corrected. So remain silent, follow rituals, bow, pray, and hope eventual paradise if deemed worthy. Because in medieval times, God might show mercy, but the church remained harsh. If medieval peasant life seemed difficult, try existing as a woman. All the filth, hunger, and fear accompanied childbirth, obedience, and social invisibility. Being female meant playing life's hardest difficulty setting without healing potions or checkpoints. From birth, girls' fates were predetermined: marry young, bear children, serve husbands, die exhausted. Education was uncommon unless noble enough for convents. Otherwise, learning stopped at butter churning and basic sewing. Marriage came early, extremely early. Being promised at 12 and pregnant by 14 was normal. Love, irrelevant. Arrangements concerned land, livestock, and political agreements. Your opinion, never sought. Once married, you belonged to your husband. Your purpose was producing heirs, feeding household, managing home, and remaining silent. Complaining wasn't optional, potentially labeled nagging, or worse, witchcraft. That meant quick drowning or burning, depending on local customs. Childbirth essentially gambled with death. No prenatal care, clean instruments, or pain management. Midwives did their best, but even minor complications often ended tragically for mother, baby, or both. Some women survived 10 pregnancies, many didn't survive initial childbirth. And delivering babies didn't provide relief, now caring for crying newborns in filthy dwellings, while cooking, cleaning, nursing, and working fields. No breaks available, everyone relied on you. Unmarried women faced suspicion. Widows remained vulnerable. Outspoken women seemed dangerous. Women challenging norms risked witch accusations, especially if knowledgeable about herbs, strong-willed, or merely glaring on rainy days. Even within church, women held minimal authority. Nuns followed strict regulations, speaking only with permission, restricted movement, always subordinate to men spiritually. Essentially, medieval womanhood meant enduring hardship, following orders, bearing children, suffering silently, maintaining pleasant appearances. Because even during painful times, women were expected to show grace. So far, you've confronted filth, hunger, injustice, and possibly goats. But when things seemed worst, violence arrives. Loud, brutal, commonly accepted back then. Medieval times weren't peaceful. Law enforcement mainly meant hoping local lords were feeling generous. Violence permeated homes, streets, battlefields, church disputes, even communal breadlines. Crime flourished, punishment was severe, and justice was more theatrical than fair. Steal bread, possibly lose hands. Tell lies, tongue might be pierced. Gossip excessively, perhaps wear scold's bridle, metal mask strapped to head with mouth bar enforcing silence. Accused of serious offenses, heresy, theft, witchcraft, prove innocence through torture. Trial by ordeal was common, place hand in boiling water for stones. If healing cleanly within 3 days, innocent. if not guilty, or thrown into rivers. Sinking meant innocence, but probable drowning. Floating indicated guilt and punishment regardless. Like cruel game shows where survival was prize and hosts wanted failure, death sentences became public entertainment. Hangings, beheadings, burnings, watched by cheering crowds. Sometimes spectators brought snacks. Medieval version of primetime television. Domestic abuse was normalized. Husbands had complete rights, even duties, punishing wives and children. Street fights happened regularly. Beatings might follow improper glances at nobles' horses. And warfare, always brewing. Local feuds, territorial disputes, religious crusades. Someone always marching off stabbing others for honor, God, or simply because. Violence wasn't medieval society's failure, it was the society itself. Everyone recognized life's fragility, justice's randomness, and neighbors' potential for skull-crushing over pigs. So remain inconspicuous, tread carefully, never trust anyone carrying clubs. Having survived parasites, bloodletting, endless chores and public punishment threats, final chapter awaits, premature, unglamorous death. Reaching 40 almost resembled lottery winning, possibly nicknamed the elderly one, more miracle than compliment. Average lifespan hovered around 30-40 years, though infant mortality heavily influenced statistics. Nearly half of children died before age 5, illness, starvation or harsh winters ended them. No vaccines, antibiotics or safety measures. Childhood survival meant entering adulthood already exhausted. Work began early, causing joint problems by 25 and probable loss of teeth, fingers and optimism. Women faced childbirth dangers, leading death caused due to inadequate pain management and medical interventions. Men encountered farming accidents, infections, violence and hazardous travels. Death came swiftly through plagues or gradually through famines. Even misfortune like spoiled food proved fatal. Funerals were hasty and unceremonious to prevent disease spread. Medieval existence was brutal, brief and constantly threatened. Retirement wasn't possible, people simply stopped working. Typical days involved waking amidst filth, using buckets as toilets, rudimentary dental hygiene, hunger, back-breaking labor, uncomfortable clothing, plague fears and execution risks for minor offenses. This harsh reality contrasts with romanticized notions of gallant knights and elegant ladies. The medieval world was harsh, cruel and unjust, with minimal social mobility. While wealthy had better survival chances, they still faced disease and violence. Even nobles in drafty, parasite-infested castles weren't immune to misery. Life was relentless, with everything requiring more time and causing more pain. Survival, not leisure, remained primary focus. Even reflective moments provided little improvement opportunity due to lacking modern advancements. People lived and died within narrow radii of birthplaces. Yet, despite hardships, they found reasons for laughter, songs, stories, love, and meaning, demonstrating human resilience even during darkest periods. Today, with clean bedding, indoor plumbing, antibiotics and central heating, appreciate modern comforts, and acknowledge ancestors who overcame rodents, starvation and feudalism. Before becoming powerful Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia, she was simply Sophie. Sophie Federica Augusta von Anhalt entered the world in 1729. Born into minor German nobility, her small duchy in Pomerania held little genuine influence or power. Yet Sophie possessed something no noble title could provide: sharp intellect, undeniable charm, and burning ambition quietly within her. Her childhood featured strict discipline. Her mother Johanna was distant and calculating, more concerned with social advancement than affection. Her father, a Prussian officer, was detached and rarely imposed controls. Early on, Sophie mastered balancing obedience with cleverness. She read voraciously, spoke multiple languages fluently, and skillfully assessed social situations before speaking abilities, essential for navigating Europe's most ruthless courts. When Empress Elizabeth Petrovna sought a bride for Heir Grand Duke Peter, she looked beyond Russian borders. Peter, himself German-descended, needed a foreign princess easily influenced and grateful for the opportunity. Sophie perfectly matched these criteria: noble lineage, Lutheran faith, requiring conversion, and reputation for grace with modesty. At just 14, Sophie was summoned to St. Petersburg in 1744, arriving in the freezing Russian capital wearing simple German clothes and practiced diplomatic smile. Her ambitious mother pushed her forward like a chess piece, but Sophie had her own strategy. To integrate into Russian society, she converted to Orthodoxy, adopting the name Ekaterina Alexeyevna. Catherine, this public conversion wasn't merely religious change, it marked a turning point, deliberately cutting ties with her past, entering an unfamiliar empire without retreat options. Nobody witnessing the quiet teenager wrapped in fur that day could foresee the turbulent path ahead: betrayal, revolution, enlightenment and empire. From entering the Russian court, Sophie ceased being merely a noble girl and began plotting her ascension. Her marriage to Grand Duke Peter should have secured her position in Russian royalty, but quickly resembled imprisonment rather than honor. Peter, the future Tsar, was nothing like fairy tale heroes, awkward and immature, obsessed with toy soldiers and war games. He showed no interest in governing or warmth toward his young wife. Some records suggest he delayed consummating the marriage for years. Peter idolized Frederick the Great of Prussia and resented the Russian court that adopted him. Catherine, conversely, embraced Russia wholeheartedly. She learned the language, studied its history, and mastered Orthodox traditions. She was determined to belong. Peter, meanwhile, wanted only escape. This division wasn't merely personal, it represented political power struggles. The Russian court teemed with intrigue, suspicion, and ruthless maneuvering, while Empress Elizabeth maintained firm control though her health declined. Everyone anticipated inevitable change, each with their own agenda. Catherine faced constant surveillance. Her letters were intercepted, friendships monitored, and every movement scrutinized. She couldn't trust anyone, not her husband, her mother, still whispering foreign agendas, nor household staff. In this environment, loyalties could transform into accusations overnight. But Catherine was perceptive. She mastered subtle court politics, quietly building alliances behind scenes. She gained military leaders' support, befriended scholars, and earned reputation for poise and composure, qualities sharply contrasting with her husband's childish outbursts and blatant disrespect for Russian customs. Privately, she immersed herself in Enlightenment philosophers like Voltaire and Montesquieu. Though many viewed her merely as young consort, she crafted a vision not just for herself but for Russia, a nation rooted in strength, knowledge, and reason. Yet a major obstacle remained. While Peter lived, Catherine remained trapped in powerless marriage to an unfit ruler. She remained patient, observant, and strategic. She understood the throne wouldn't be freely given. It required seizing. Then, in 1762, after nearly 20 years of waiting and careful maneuvering, Catherine seized her opportunity with remarkable precision. Empress Elizabeth had died and Peter III, finally assumed the throne. But his reign began collapsing almost immediately. Within months, Peter alienated the church, offended nobility, insulted military, and strangely praised Prussia, Russia's longtime enemy. He reversed important policies, humiliated clergy, and openly discussed divorcing Catherine for his mistress. The court grew increasingly uncomfortable with his unpredictable behavior. The army, loyal to Catherine, whispered secretly. Even ordinary Russians, proud and devout, viewed Peter as foreign puppet, disrespecting their traditions. Watching this unravel, Catherine acted. In July that same year, while Peter vacationed at his summer residence, she executed a nearly bloodless coup. With key officers' support, including lover Gregory Orlov and his influential brothers, she paraded through St. Petersburg in full regalia, was declared Empress Catherine II, and secured the powerful Imperial Guard's loyalty. Peter, surprised and isolated, surrendered within days. He was arrested and soon died under suspicious circumstances, officially attributed to hemorrhoidal colic. Unofficially, many suspected murder. Catherine became empress not through birthright or marriage but through sheer determination, intelligence, and boldness. It was unprecedented. A foreign-born woman without legitimate claim had seized Russia's throne without bloodshed. Yet her real challenge was beginning. She needed to transform this daring takeover into lasting rule. Would Russia accept her? Would nobility respect her authority? Could she maintain the empire without suffering her husband's fate? Catherine knew power gained through intrigue remained fragile and easily lost. She needed to lead not merely as conspirator but visionary ruler. Thus began her transformation from cautious plotter into reforming empress, one who would redraw borders, embrace Enlightenment ideals, and redefine female leadership. Once crowned, she could have rested on accomplishments, but she aimed beyond merely holding power. She aspired to reshape Russia not just militarily or politically but intellectually. While Peter idolized Frederick the Great and played with soldiers, Catherine admired Voltaire and bold Enlightenment thinkers. She believed in reason, progress, learning, and viewed monarchy as service to people. Even while ruling with absolute power herself, Catherine didn't merely study Enlightenment ideas, she embodied them. For over 15 years she corresponded with Voltaire, praising him while defending her autocratic rule. She welcomed Idura to her palace and purchased his entire library to support him financially. Behind scenes, she studied legal works extensively, debated reform ideas and designed policies aimed at modernizing the empire. Her early reign concentrated heavily on organizing Russian law. In 1767 she established a legislative commission, a bold initiative to completely rewrite Russia's legal system. Catherine's instruction disguised as political statement, advocated legal equality, condemned torture and emphasized rulers' duty to serve public good. For an 18th-century Russian empress, these represented revolutionary thoughts. Still, Enlightenment ideals competed with Russian reality. A vast, feudal, deeply traditional country ruled by nobles preferring serfs firmly controlled. Catherine understood this well. Though promoting reform, she proceeded cautiously. Some brutal punishments ended, secular education expanded, and she established schools and libraries. Yet she also strengthened nobility's power over serfs to maintain their loyalty. This embodied Catherine's delicate balancing act. Philosopher queen publicly, pragmatic ruler privately. She navigated between lofty ideals and harsh power realities, between refined Parisian salons and raw Moscow political struggles. Her vision for Russia was bold but measured. Often, Catherine wasn't simply Europeanizing Russia. She aimed to modernize it distinctively. Reform, certainly, but firmly controlled. Like velvet glove over iron fist. Yet Catherine's ambitions extended beyond internal changes. She wanted to expand Russia's influence, creating an empire commanding respect, fear and envy. If Peter the Great had opened a window to the west, Catherine intended demolishing walls entirely. Under her rule, Russia's borders expanded unprecedentedly. Her wars weren't merely about protecting her throne but redrawing Europe's map. One major military campaign targeted the Ottoman Empire. Throughout the 1760s and 1770s, these campaigns fought in waves, transcended land acquisition. They concerned power. Catherine portrayed herself as Orthodox Christian's liberator from Muslim rule and Eastern Europe's rightful guardian, with generals like Alexander Suvorov and Grigory Potemkin leading armies. Russia captured crucial territories including Crimea, northern Black Sea coast and sought coveted warm water ports, long-standing Russian Tsarist ambition. These victories weren't merely battlefield successes. They carried profound symbolism. Each conquest announced that Russia was no longer Europe's remote, backward relation, but continental powerhouse. She also focused westward. Through clever negotiations and diplomatic strategies, Catherine participated in Poland's partitions, dividing the declining Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth alongside Austria and Prussia. After the Third Partition in 1795, Poland disappeared from maps and Russia gained extensive new territories and millions of subjects. But Catherine's conquest transcended military campaigns. She colonized with ideas too. New cities emerged, trade routes expanded, and German farmers were invited to settle and develop Russian fields. From frigid Baltic to sunny Black Sea coast, the empire became diverse regions and peoples. Throughout this expansion, Catherine remained the driving force, reading reports, issuing commands and personally shaping the growing empire. He was captured, confined in iron cage, and publicly executed by beheading in Moscow, a harsh warning to potential rebels. Afterward, Catherine tightened control over power and order. Her hopes for serf liberation quietly disappeared. The uprising revealed harsh truth. Enlightenment philosophies had limits in lands still bound by ancient feudal systems. She aligned more firmly with nobility, who promised loyalty for complete serf control. This marked significant shift. The empress, once admiring Voltaire, now prioritized stability above all else. Reform slowed and government surveillance increased. Even faintest rebellion hints were crushed before spreading. Pugachev lost his head, but his revolt taught Catherine an enduring lesson. Power built on inequality eventually falters. Eventually storms arrive. By Catherine the Great's life conclusion, she had governed Russia over 30 years, longer than any other woman in the country's history. From throne ascension, she defied expectations, transformed her realm and redefined female leadership possibilities. Under her guidance, Russia developed into genuine European power. The empire expanded by over 200,000 square miles, incorporating Crimea, Polish regions and Black Sea coastal areas. These represented more than military victories. They were strategic acquisitions, securing warm water ports and transforming trade routes. But Catherine's influence transcended borders. She created lasting cultural impact too. She established the Hermitage Museum and assembled Europe's finest art collections. She corresponded with leading Enlightenment thinkers, Her court became elegance, culture, and intellectual ambition's center. In a country often viewed by Western Europe as backward, Catherine transformed Russia into cultural hub. She reformed education by establishing girls' schools and encouraged publishing. She even introduced smallpox vaccine to Russia, and publicly received it bold action for that era. Nevertheless, her reign contained contradictions. Though admiring Enlightenment philosophies, she never emancipated serfs. Actually, serfdom expanded deeper into Russian territories. Her reforms impressed but remained mostly top-down, aiming to refine the empire's appearance without altering its foundation. Nonetheless, Catherine delivered both ambition and stability. She recognized power wasn't birthright inheritance. It required building, maintaining and fiercely protecting. She ruled not through divine right, but using sharp political acumen, determination and careful strategy. People described her variously: manipulative, cruel, reform-minded, seductive, but primarily effective. When she died in 1796, Russia was wealthier, larger and stronger than centuries prior. She bequeathed secure throne, expanded empire and enduring legacy. Catherine didn't merely wear crown, she commanded it with intelligence, planning and unshakable historical impact. Consequently, she transcended mere empress status, becoming legendary. Despite her power, conquests and lasting influence, Catherine the Great remained fundamentally a woman navigating a male-dominated world, bending it to her will. Behind official portraits and royal proclamations was someone acutely aware of her precarious position. She wasn't Russian by birth. She gained power through coup. She ruled a nation resistant to female leadership. Yet she not only survived but flourished. Catherine refused figurehead status. She read extensively, wrote frequently, and continuously learned. Her days were packed, reviewing reports, corresponding with foreign leaders, examining state documents, and managing a court filled with competing factions. She didn't simply occupy the throne, she operated it like a natural-born leader. Simultaneously, she often experienced isolation. Surrounded by courtiers, companions and artists, she admitted in memoirs how few people earned her trust. Her son Paul, whom she feared and excluded from power, matured into someone she worried might dismantle her achievements. Her closest emotional connection with Gregory Orlov gradually evolved into friendship, but his 1791 death caused lasting grief. Catherine masterfully shaped her narrative. She understood image importance better than most contemporary rulers. She presented herself as Russia's mother, enlightened sovereign, warrior, empress, and arts patron. But beneath these personas was a woman facing rejection, betrayal, scandal, and rebellion, yet persevering. When she passed away in 1796, she left transformed empire and many unanswered questions. Could she have further abolished serfdom? Did political pressures force Enlightenment belief compromises? Was she primarily reformer or ruler? History honors her with titles she never claimed: the Great, not because she embodied perfection, kindness, or justice, but because she captured and maintained power on her terms in era and location where female leadership wasn't expected. She didn't merely wear crown, she redefined earning one. Deep within Chiapas's humid jungles, southern Mexico, ancient Palenque ruins whisper forgotten Maya civilization tales. Massive temples pierce green canopy, their limestone surfaces weathered by centuries, yet retaining mysteries. Then 1994 revealed hidden secret. Mexican archaeologists, led by Fanny Lopez Jimenez, examined Temple 3, modest pyramid beside famous Temple of Inscriptions, powerful King Pakal the Great's resting place. Initially the temple seemed unremarkable, until discovering something unusual: sealed chamber underneath, untouched by thieves, perfectly preserved. When researchers entered and descended, they discovered stone sarcophagus resting silently. Air felt thick with ancient presence. Upon lifting lid, brilliant red dust cloud, resembling smoke, emerged. Inside, sarcophagus was coated with powdered cinnabar, toxic mercury sulfide used ceremonially by Maya. Within crimson haze lay woman's skeleton, buried with exceptional care and reverence. Fragile bones remained intact, skull adorned with jade mask, surrounded by necklaces, diadems and ear ornaments crafted from jade and shell. Everything about burial indicated nobility, yet no inscription, no identifying glyphs, represented one of richest female burials ever discovered in Mesoamerica, and complete mystery. Why red powder? Who was she? Queen, priestess, or perhaps Pakal's spouse? Archaeologists named her Red Queen, title persisting. Even with modern technology, identity remains uncertain. Though dated to 7th century, during Palenque's golden age. Unlike typical Maya tombs, hers was deliberately concealed, untouched and distinct. This burial transcended ceremony. It was spiritual. This woman wasn't intended for verbal remembrance but through ritual, color, and enigma she left behind. Red Queen's tomb's most striking feature wasn't jade or silence but red dust. Thick powdered cinnabar layer covered every surface. Sarcophagus, walls, bones and offerings. It clung resembling blood to stone. For Maya this was intentional. Cinnabar from crushed mercury sulfide ranked among ancient world's most sacred and dangerous substances. Its vivid color wasn't merely striking, it symbolized blood, rebirth and vital force connecting humans with divine. Red was sacred, sunrise color, sacrifice and life emerging from death. It wasn't simply symbolic but deeply spiritual. Covering deceased with cinnabar represented ritual transforming bodies, not for permanent preservation, but transitional preparation. In Maya belief, death wasn't conclusion but passage to another cosmic realm. So whoever Red Queen was, she wasn't simply buried, she was prepared for deification. But there's additional significance. Cinnabar is extremely toxic. Extended contact causes mercury poisoning, resulting in tremors, hallucinations, potentially death. Maya probably didn't understand scientific principles but recognized its power. It was volatile, potent, dangerous. Covering bodies with cinnabar made statements. These individuals transcended ordinary status. At Palenque, select few received red powder burial. Pakal, great and powerful king whose pyramid dominates sight, was among them. Like him, her remains were saturated with striking red substance. This alone sparked considerable debate. Was Red Queen his wife, mother, or someone with equal divine standing? Her skull rested on jaguar pelt, another sacred symbol. Surrounding her were bone needles, obsidian knives and tiny jade figurines, suggesting rituals performed during life or honoring death. Every burial detail spoke silently, revealing hidden power. She was prepared for underworld entry not quietly, but ceremonially, bathed in sacrifice's hue. Surrounding Red Queen's blood-red remains was quiet world, interrupted only by jade, shell and obsidian shine. These weren't simple decorations. These offerings were carefully selected, guiding her journey to Maya afterlife. Sabalba. Heavy jade necklaces beside her, polished surfaces still gleaming after underground centuries. Jade transcended beauty, it was sacred. For Maya, it symbolized eternal existence, maize green jungle life force and God's breath. Only highest elite received jade burial. Red Queen wore it across chest, wrists and ears, clearly indicating power and possible divine favor. Most striking item was jade funerary mask covering her face. Unlike Egypt's golden death masks, hers was subtle, comprising tiny mosaic tiles following skull shape. The mask served ritual purpose, protecting soul, preserving identity, and presenting divine status before gods. Near remains lay bone needles, obsidian blades, and shell objects, possibly ritual tools or symbolizing priestess, healer, or royal matriarch roles. One bone pin contained inscription, faint but deliberate small whisper of lost voice. Around tomb edges and feet sat ceramic vessels, still sealed, likely once containing offerings, food, drink or incense, sustaining afterlife spirit. Maya believed death was journey, dangerous, complex, filled with trials. These objects weren't luxuries but necessities. The tomb feels intimate, not cluttered, but purposeful. No gold, chariots or grand displays. Just carefully selected items with spiritual significance. Soul roadmap. Through these treasures we glimpse Maya death perspective not as conclusion but power transfer. Red Queen's burial wasn't intended to erase memory but prepare for ascension. Despite tomb's grandeur, mystery persists. No name, no inscriptions mark sarcophagus. No wall glyphs reveal identity. Clearly important, but who? Since discovery, experts have attempted reconstructing identity. Strongest theory suggests Red Queen was Ixtacbo Ajao Pakal's wife. Ixtacbo Ajao transcended mere queen status. Noble-born, she married into Palenque royalty young, bore at least 3 sons holding high positions, and fulfilled vital ceremonial role during husband's reign. If anyone deserved such honored burial, she did. Supporting this theory is tomb placement, just steps from Pakal's magnificent burial within Temple of Inscriptions. This proximity seems intentional, suggesting deliberate pairing, husband and wife, rulers united even in death. Then consider cinnabar. Only 2 Palenque tombs showed such extensive cinnabar use, Pakal's and Red Queen's. This hardly seems coincidental. Yet mystery deepens here. Scientists conducted DNA testing on both remains hoping to confirm relationship, but results proved inconclusive. The woman's bones revealed no direct maternal connection to Packle, though that doesn't eliminate marriage possibility. After all, spouses share no blood. Some theories propose she might have been Sakhokok, Packle's formidable mother who ruled before his ascension. Others suggest high priestess, sister or royal ancestor whose name faded historically. Still, strongest evidence indicates Tsak Boajao, queen by title, king's mother and Packle's spiritual equal. Her anonymity might be intentional. In Maya belief, Sol's memory survived not through stone monuments but through ritual symbols and earth's whispers. Thus Red Queen exists between myth and reality, a woman who ruled, remembered not through inscriptions but crimson and quiet reverence. To truly understand Red Queen's identity, we must comprehend her society culture where Maya royal women wielded more influence than commonly recognized. Politics functioned as family enterprise in Maya civilization. Royal women weren't merely passive consorts, they served as diplomats, priestesses, and influential leaders. They conducted sacred ceremonies, funded temple construction, and proved vital securing dynasty legitimacy. Their lineage represented political currency, forging alliances and strengthening throne claims. Consider Sakhokok, Packle's mother. When thrones stood vacant, she governed as regent until her son matured sufficiently to rule. She wasn't mere caretaker, she issued commands and supervised major construction projects. Without her leadership, Packle might never have ascended, and she wasn't unique. Across Maya territories in Yakshilan, Naranjo, and Kalakmul, inscriptions show women leading major ceremonies, engaging political alliances, sometimes ruling directly. These women appear in stone carvings and murals, adorned with elaborate headdresses and royal garments, often standing beside kings as equals or superiors. Their voices were preserved in glyphs, their names passed down until time gradually erased them. By Spanish conquistadors' arrival centuries later, much history was lost. Colonial narratives portrayed indigenous women as silent, powerless figures in male-dominated society. Yet archaeology reveals nuanced story, one where gender roles were complex and power negotiated, not simply inherited. This context casts Red Queen in fresh perspective. She may not have formally ruled, but her richly adorned burial and position beside Packle indicate crucial royal hierarchy status. Her jade mask wasn't mere decoration, it symbolized life, identity and power. Preserved even in death, her bloodline might have formed very foundations supporting Palenque's dynasty. In Maya culture, Queen transcended title. She guarded sacred ancestry, voiced ritual, and often bridged gods and mortals. Though nameless, Red Queen never lacked influence. Her burial wasn't merely lavish but purposefully designed, steeped in Maya cosmology, ritual symbolism, and intentional arrangement. Her tomb transcended resting place. It represented eternity portal. Her body lay within Temple 13, among Palenque's smaller pyramids, near Grand Temple of Inscriptions where Packle rested. This proximity wasn't coincidental. Temple locations were sacred, aligned according to astrology, mythology and dynastic tradition. Temple 13 may appear modest beside imposing neighbor, but conceals something deeply personal. Sealed crypt untouched by looters and perfectly preserved. Built within temple core, accessible only via steep, narrow staircase, descending feels almost like ritual underworld journey. Burial chamber itself is unadorned, constructed from cut stone and tightly sealed for over 1,130 years. No murals or glyphs decorate walls. No elaborate carvings recount her story, but perhaps this silence was intentional. Space not for living interpretation but for dead transformation. At chamber center, sarcophagus rests like limestone altar. It mirrors Packle's grand stone coffin nearby. While Packle's lid famously features cosmic rebirth imagery, Red Queen's tomb appears simpler, more restrained. Many critics described her as power-hungry, sometimes comparing her to conqueror, but for Catherine, expanding realm wasn't merely ambition, it felt predestined. She believed true leadership wasn't judged solely by ideas but by territory's size and strength. Her goal wasn't simply governing Russia, she wanted transforming it into refined empire. Inspiring enemy fear, earning ally respect and owing loyalty exclusively to her. Despite intelligence and authority, Catherine the Great became equally renowned for palace private affairs. And no, these weren't merely quiet scholarly discussions. Her personal life quickly became most discussed aspects of her reign. She maintained more than few companions. She kept carefully selected group, many significantly younger, often charming, sometimes politically influential. She never concealed them, frequently rewarding loyalty with noble titles, property and generous pensions. Those displeasing her were quietly dismissed, sometimes with courteous farewell and even promotions elsewhere. One significant companion was Gregory Potemkin, equally daring and intelligent. Their relationship combined romance, politics and cooperation. Some scholars believe they secretly married. Together they directed military campaigns, colonization efforts and reshaped southern Russia. Potemkin transcended mere companion. He was almost co-ruler. Yet Europe couldn't overlook scandal. Rumors circulated widely. Satirical cartoons and pamphlets portrayed her as lustful, insatiable and unstable. After her death, gossip grew increasingly malicious, including outrageous and false horse story, spread by enemies tarnishing reputation. But why such fixation? Simple answer. Catherine was woman boldly embracing power. When female monarchs were expected embodying either saintliness or tragic victimhood, she refused fitting either category. She lived, loved and led by personal standards threatening established order. Ironically, while critics called her immoral, Catherine contemplated deeply about love and desire. She viewed pleasure as natural living aspect and believed personal affairs needn't interfere with leadership. She successfully separated emotions from politics, skill many male rulers lacked. Actually, her relationships were often carefully calculated. She surrounded herself with loyal, competent, politically useful men. When no longer serving purposes, she dismissed them kindly, often smiling while arranging comfortable retirement. Far from weakening reign, her romantic life represented calculated power strategy, combining passion and politics, making her memorable, envied, and feared. Yet despite charm and control, dangers emerged during her rule. In 1773 one such threat appeared. Bearded Cossack named Yemelyan Pugachev. He wasn't ordinary rebel. Pugachev claimed being Peter III, Catherine's deceased husband. According to him, he survived coup and returned reclaiming throne from foreign usurper. The claim was absurd. Peter was definitely dead. But for Russia's oppressed masses, truth was irrelevant. Hope mattered. Pugachev promised freedom, serfdom abolition, tax reduction and peasant land ownership. His message ignited throughout Volga region, especially among Cossacks, peasants and religious traditionalists. When nobles and serfs lived with cruel separation, his words sounded salvational. The Pugachev rebellion became Russia's largest peasant revolt ever. Towns fell, fortresses surrendered and nobles perished. For a frightening moment, empire seemed fracturing. Catherine was disturbed. This wasn't conventional warfare solved through cavalry charges or diplomatic agreements. This represented rebellion from her subjects, challenging system itself. She maintained composure and responded decisively. She dispatched trained troops, crushing uprising mercilessly. Pugachev's forces were defeated by 1774. The focus shifts inward, examining body, cinnabar and death rituals. Yet subtle architectural details suggest deeper meaning. The tomb is positioned east-west, symbolizing son's journey from life into death. Though small, the chamber carries significance. It feels deliberate, intimate, sacred space honoring someone. Maya temples transcended mere buildings. They functioned as cosmic connections between heaven, earth and underworld. Burial inside one meant transcending mortal existence. Red Queen's eternal resting place wasn't random choice. It was carefully designed shrine where death transformed into something beyond. Her bones remain sealed in stone, spirit infused with cinnabar and memory continues through surrounding structure. This temple silently communicates importance. For ancient Maya, death wasn't final destination but gateway, sacred passage into underworld called Sebulba. For Red Queen, crossing this boundary wasn't merely spiritual journey but also political and cosmological, marked through deep ritual. Burial ceremonies were meticulously planned events based on mythology, guiding souls through dangerous underworld regions. Maya art and text reveal Sebulba wasn't peaceful afterlife. It was dark labyrinth filled with blood rivers, deadly trials and death deities. Only properly buried, ritually prepared and spiritually ready souls could complete journey. Red Queen was wrapped in cinnabar, enclosed in stone, surrounded by gifts, all indicating elite burial. But there's more. Bone needles and obsidian blades found in tombs suggest auto-sacrifice rituals, possibly symbolic tools connected to life ceremonies or burial reenactments strengthening spirit. Her jade mask wasn't merely decorative, likely served as spiritual vessel preserving facial features and identity during journey. For Maya, faces reflected souls requiring divine recognition. Nearby ceramic vessels likely contained chocolate, maize, water or fermented drinks, nourishing afterlife journey. Items like stingray spines or shell trumpets probably functioned as spiritual tools, divine calls, or ritual tokens. Burial transcended farewell, it represented transformation. Maya believed in cycles, death as seed, burial as planting, afterlife as rebirth. Kings and queens were considered earthly deities returning to divine origins through death. Red Queen, adorned in blood color, entombed within pyramid, honored with offerings, was prepared not as mortal, but as sacred cosmic order component awaiting rebirth. Her burial marked not ending but legend beginning. Short distance from her tomb lies another famous Mesoamerican resting place, Kinich Geneb Pakal or Pakal the Great. His grave inside Grand Temple of Inscriptions is famous for craftsmanship, scale, and profound spiritual significance. What distinguishes Red Queen's burial isn't merely enclosed treasures but discovery location. Her final resting place remained concealed inside Temple 3 directly beside Pakal's monument, in Palenque, where every temple location reflected celestial order. This close placement wasn't accidental. It was deliberate, message carved in stone. Many experts believe Red Queen was Ixtigzak Buajar, Pakal's queen and close companion. Though her tomb lacks written inscriptions, parallels with Pakal's burial are undeniable. Both received cinnabar shrouds, pyramid interment, jade surroundings, and exceptional care. Their funerary rites mirror each other, seemingly telling sacred story parts. Pakal's sarcophagus famously depicts underworld tree descent, vivid death and rebirth scene. Red Queen's simpler tomb shows no such imagery, but meaning exists in their pairing. If Pakal symbolized sun traveling through underworld nightly before rising anew, then Red Queen might represent moon, feminine force tracing mysterious celestial path. Together they symbolize cosmic balance, masculine and feminine. King and queen, sun and moon, order and ritual. In Maya belief, rulership was never solitary. It concerned relationships. Universal harmony required equilibrium. This extended into royal life. Placing Red Queen beside Pakal, Maya preserved more than marriage, they honored cosmic partnership. Their death proximity likely reflected life roles, queen not beneath but alongside king, sharing power and legacy. Their tombs communicate silently, two souls wrapped in cinnabar and stone eternally united. History's most profound quiet stories. Though her name vanished temporarily, Palenque's Red Queen endures not as forgotten artifact but ancient world's most mysterious and commanding women. Her tomb, sealed 13 centuries, now whispers across ages, raising questions growing louder with each discovery. Her identity remains puzzling. No glyphs name her, no thief recorded her tale, yet her burial's care, lavish gifts and crimson-stained bones indicate highly important woman, not merely spouse but genuine influence wielder, spiritual power holder, and noble bloodline carrier. Today, Red Queen challenges assumptions. She reminds us Maya culture women weren't silent. They led sacred rites, ruled cities and shaped dynasties. While kings like Pakal received historical spotlight, Red Queen's emergence recalls shared power. It flowed through mothers, queens, priestesses and visionaries. Her impact transcends remaining riches. Its dialogue sparked among archaeologists, historians, artists and storytellers. Every jade bead, cinnabar layer, temple architectural detail speaks intentionally. This woman mattered. Perhaps most remarkable aspect remains unknown. Not discoveries but remaining mysteries. Red Queen teaches history transcends mere facts. It represents living mystery, shared desire connecting with past. Her story continues unfolding. She remains clothed in red life color, sacrifice, blood and renewal. Her face, once hidden beneath jade mask, now gazes through science, art and wonder, nameless yet voiced. Enigmatic yet unforgettable. Red Queen perhaps ruled kingdom alive, but death commands something greater, our imagination. Her tomb remains stone sealed. Her story unfolded quietly. Yet somehow she still communicates. Frida Kahlo entered world July 6, 1907, in Coyoacan, then small village outside Mexico City. Childhood home known as Casa Azul or Blue House brimmed with color, contrasts and steady silent strength. Eventually it transformed beyond mere dwelling, becoming sanctuary, battleground, and ultimately museum celebrating 20th century's most memorable artists. Frida was third daughter among 4 girls born to Guillermo Kahlo, photographer with German-Hungarian ancestry, and Matilde Calderon, devout Catholic with indigenous and Spanish heritage. Her parents differed considerably. Guillermo was quiet and contemplative, while Matilde was deeply religious and emotionally reserved. From father, Frida inherited thoughtful nature and artistic perspective. From mother, unbreakable determination. As young child, Frida overflowed with imagination, directness and courage. She consumed books and posed questions many adults preferred avoiding. But at 6, polio struck, leaving right leg thinner and weaker. Though hiding difference beneath long skirts, her spirited nature remained undimmed. Illness confined her to bed for months. Isolated from other children, during this solitary period, she bonded with father, who encouraged activity, cycling, exercising and mental stimulation. Unlike contemporary girls, Frida didn't fantasize about matrimony or domesticity. Her aspiration was becoming doctor. At 15, she secured position at prestigious National Preparatory School in Mexico City, among few admitted girls. There she distinguished herself not merely through intelligence but rebellious humor, progressive ideas and distinctive appearance. She joined young intellectual circle called Cachuchas, debating everything from philosophy to politics. Revolution and questioning established order fascinated her, even before life-altering accident, and before achieving legendary status. Frida already crafted fierce identity, refusing confinement by others' expectations. Growing up in Coyoacán wasn't merely childhood, it represented complete reinvention beginning. On September 17, 1925, Frida's existence divided into before and after. That afternoon she boarded wooden bus with boyfriend Alejandro Gomez Arias after classes. They were chatting, joking, perhaps arguing, because Frida never approached anything half-heartedly. Then suddenly, catastrophe occurred. Bus collided with streetcar. Impact proved devastating. Streetcar crushed bus against wall, splintering wood and throwing passengers about. Frida was impaled by iron handrail entering through left hip and exiting pelvis. Spine fractured 3 places. Right leg shattered, foot twisted unnaturally. Collarbone, ribs and shoulder broke or dislocated. Abdomen punctured. She was merely 18. Stranger draped borrowed jacket over broken body. Another noticed peculiarity. Body wasn't merely blood-soaked, it glistened with gold dust. Powder carried in small pouch burst upon impact, covering her with sparkling, almost magical substance. Frida was rushed to Red Cross Hospital, facing numerous surgeries during subsequent months. She remained immobilized in full body cast for weeks, movement impossible, fighting infection and uncertainty. Once cherished dream becoming doctor seemed increasingly remote with each passing day. Yet amidst enforced stillness something new emerged. Her father provided paintbrushes, and mother ingeniously arranged special easel suspended above bed. Mirror positioned overhead allowed self-observation. There, confined within plaster and agony, Frida began using brushes. What began as time-passing activity soon developed into obsession. Initially she painted self-image, having no alternative subjects, but these weren't vanity exercises. They represented survival mechanisms. Though accident shattered physical form, it opened gateway into mind, corporeal existence, and eventually into suffering and identity's strange language becoming her signature. The aspiring healer now began self-healing, brushstroke by brushstroke, while cast-trapped, battling bodily rebellion with every breath. Frida painted. What began therapeutically transformed into unique visual expression. Raw, intensely personal, often uncomfortable viewing. Precisely her intention, she avoided pretty florals or peaceful landscapes. Instead she exposed pain, physical, emotional, existential. Early paintings were self-portraits, not from vanity but because famously explained, "I paint myself because I am often alone and because I am the subject I know best." These initial works were modest-sized, created on metal or wooden panels, drawing inspiration from Mexican retablos, devotional images portraying suffering and miracles. Frida redirected this tradition inward. Her body became canvas, feelings alter. She depicted herself fractured, pierced, bleeding. One work showed nails piercing like martyr, another floating alone in barren landscape, tethered to broken column symbolizing damaged spine. She portrayed herself crying, broken, even decapitated, but never conquered, always alert and present. Her pain wasn't beautified. She captured trauma's starkness, combining beauty, defiance, even subtle humor. Each creation reclaimed body, narrative and female identity in world eager for alternative definition. But Frida wasn't merely recounting experiences. She was creating fresh, powerful visual narrative, combining Mexican folk art, surrealism, medical imagery, and symbolism. Her paintings became dreamlike soul dissections, wrapped in vibrant color, culture and mythology. When finally regaining sufficient strength for walking, albeit painfully, Frida was no longer aspiring doctor. She had transformed into artist whose work defied categorization. She had converted life's darkest event into creative, profound expression. Frida didn't merely display pain, she forced world confrontation, transforming suffering into sacred self-expression. In 1928, still recuperating and just 21 years old, Frida encountered Diego Rivera, a man defining most intense and complicated life chapter. Rivera was 20 years senior and already Mexico's renowned painter, towering figure physically and artistically. Famous for grand murals filled with political messages celebrating Mexican culture and history, he dominated his field. Frida admired his work distantly but now sought judgment. She approached him at education ministry, interrupting scaffold work to ask directly, "Do I possess talent?" Diego glanced at paintings and responded, "Yes," and not merely from kindness. He recognized rare, unfiltered voice, raw, unpolished, combining rage, irony, pain, and beauty. Their relationship quickly intensified creatively and emotionally. Frida later reflected, "I experienced two accidents. One when streetcar knocked me down and another was Diego." They married 1929, union puzzling to observers. Diego was large, famous, frequently unfaithful. Frida was sharp-witted, fiercely independent, requiring walking cane. Her family compared marriage to elephant-dove pairing. Their connection was passionate but volatile. Diego strongly supported her artistic development and constantly encouraged creative growth. Yet he repeatedly betrayed trust, even with Frida's sister, Cristina. This heartbreak devastated Frida, who consequently sought affection outside marriage. With both men and women, rumors even suggested romantic connections with Leon Trotsky and painter Georgia O'Keeffe. They divorced 1939 but remarried year later, establishing new terms. This second union concerned creative collaboration and mutual respect more than romance. Frida insisted maintaining independence, home, finances, and name. Despite betrayals and suffering, Diego remained powerful presence. He pushed boundaries, wounded deeply but believed fiercely as artist, revolutionary and woman, redefining painting's meaning. Their relationship lacked tranquility but remained unforgettable. During 1930s, Frida traveled with Diego across United States, following major mural projects in San Francisco, Detroit, and New York. These journeys exposed her to American industrial wealth and capitalism's harsh contradictions, conflicting with strong Mexican pride, communist beliefs, and indigenous culture appreciation. Witnessing excess during Great Depression deepened disillusionment. She frequently mocked America's material and appearance obsessions in letters home, longing for Mexico's raw energy and vibrant complexity. While Diego created large factory murals, Frida focused on smaller, intensely personal works on tin and canvas. Her artistic style matured, sharp, surreal, emotional, intimate. During this period she created many famous self-portraits. But Frida didn't paint herself from vanity. Painting represented endurance method. Her body, pain-racked from serious accident, multiple surgeries and Detroit miscarriage, became work subject. Her portraits reveal raw, exposed self, often wounded and fragmented, but gaze remains steady, calm, unapologetic. One striking painting, Henry Ford Hospital, depicts her lying on hospital bed, tears falling, surrounded by symbolic images including fetus, snail, and medical instruments. It provides brutally honest loss and suffering portrayal. Returning to Mexico, Frida immersed herself in leftist politics alongside Diego. They even sheltered Leon Trotsky during exile. Frida adopted traditional Tehuana dresses not merely as fashion but cultural pride and resistance statement. Her art remained inseparable from beliefs, identity, body, and political stance merged into paintings. While Diego created bold revolutionary murals, Frida focused on upheaval's human cost, broken body, tormented mind, and self unflinchingly confronting itself. Despite illness and exile, Frida evolved beyond pain painter, becoming resistance symbol. Returning to Mexico during late 1930s, she was no longer simply Diego Rivera's wife. She emerged as powerful artist independently, her work expressing raw honesty, surreal imagery, and council pride. Her home, Casa Azul in Coyoacan, became vibrant haven blending tradition and rebellion. With bright cobalt walls, yellow trim, Aztec statues, and freely roaming monkeys and parrots, the house extended Frida's spirit. She filled it with pre-Columbian artifacts, folk art, revolutionary books, and dressed wearing striking Tehuana attire, flowers woven through hair. Surrounded by copal incense scent and street mariachi sounds, she painted with creative explosion. Her art grew increasingly detailed, symbolic, and politically charged. The two Fridas revealed divided self, one wearing European clothing with bleeding heart, other dressed in indigenous attire, strong and composed. This painting visualized her story about love, loss, and heritage. In 1939 she exhibited work in Paris, where luminaries including Picasso, Breton and Kandinsky praised distinctive style. Yet even among surrealists, Frida resisted categorization. When André Breton labeled her surrealist, she rejected classification, stating, "They thought I was surrealist, but I wasn't. I never painted dreams. I painted my own reality." She portrayed Mexico not as tourist postcard but vibrant, living place she profoundly loved. Her paintings incorporated meaningful symbols, skeletons, hummingbirds, hearts, thorns, corn and blood. She honored country's indigenous heritage while revealing harsh historical realities and ongoing struggles. Despite artistic voice strengthening, health steadily deteriorated. Endless surgeries, infections and constant pain became daily existence. Yet she continued creating, often bedridden, torso tightly wrapped in corsets, gripping brush with stiffened fingers. Frida returned to Mexico not resting but reclaiming strength through art, politics, and bold self-expression. Throughout 1940s, body increasingly betrayed her. Spine deteriorated, and right leg suffered frequent infections. She endured over 30 operations, many in exhausting sequences. Sometimes confined to bed for months, trapped in body casts or stretched using traction machines. Still, she painted. Every canvas represented pain, release and resistance. Her work darkened, growing rebellious. She painted with suffering-born intensity, no longer hiding behind symbols. In the broken column she divided herself vertically, nails penetrating body, with cracked ionic column representing spine. Yet expression remained steady, eyes courageous. Pain was no longer merely suffering, it became constant companion, enemy, and inspiration. Her political voice strengthened too. She joined Mexican Communist Party, participated demonstrations, wrote passionate letters and denounced imperialism and injustice. When walking became impossible, she attended protests in wheelchair, defiantly holding signs and shouting slogans. In 1953, Frida finally received first solo Mexican exhibition, long-awaited honor. Her health was so fragile doctors advised against attendance. But Frida acted characteristically, arriving by ambulance, carried on stretcher, placed within gallery center on hospital bed. Wearing traditional clothing and surrounded by paintings, she welcomed visitors with tequila, laughter, and fierce eye flame. Her final paintings were simultaneously innocent and haunting. In Marxism Will Give Health to the Sick, she portrayed herself wearing steel corset, held by Marx's hands casting off oppression symbols. Her final known work showed sliced watermelons, one inscribed Viva la Vida, long live life. Even facing death she remained defiant, joyful and political. Frida's final self-portraits weren't merely images, they represented rebellion acts, painted through pain but signed with life.